How do you get that by the parliamentarian? Very hard to do, so they skip. But the problem is that sooner or later, there will be a parliamentary ruling. And maybe they hope that they've got so much steam built up that the parliamentarians will just roll over. Or maybe this whole thing just blows up and the parliamentarian says, no, you can't do that. You have a lie and its own rebuttal in the exact same document. You can't pretend that this is a true thing, and therefore it's not compliant with the budget laws for all of the reasons I mentioned earlier. Out of compliance with CBO, out of compliance with Joint Committee on Taxation, out of compliance with proper reporting, all of it. So what does that mean? That means that at some point, the time will come when the parliamentarian says, nope, and blows the whistle. They think that that's going to happen already, which is why they're doing the end run. And when the day comes that it actually happens, that's when they have to go to the nuclear option, because otherwise all of this will have been in vain. So we're on a path to the nuclear option. Pretty much everything Republicans have claimed to stand for is destroyed in this process. The hypocrisy alert about the deficit and the debt, and now they're raising it by huge numbers. When you have to put real numbers in the document, you simply deny them, even though the debt numbers prove the lie. When there are budget rules that we've honored for decades, going to ignore them, just blow it through. Parliamentarian, end run around the parliamentary folks, and then at the end, go nuclear after saying we'd never, 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 never do that. This whole thing is such a con and such a shame, and will cause so much damage to families dependent on Medicaid, all so they can give billions of dollars in tax breaks to big corporations and to billionaires who don't need it. In fact, their share of federal revenue has gone down by from over 30% to below 10%. They have just walked away from their responsibilities to help fund America. They left that on the backs of regular taxpayers, and it's not enough for them to be under 10%. They want more. They want to get that down to what, 5%, 4%? Nothing, be complete freeloaders? This thing is an embarrassment. And I will say I rest my case. But when you actually look at their debt limit numbers, maybe I should say they rest my case. I yield the floor.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. The budget that we're debating really comes down to one simple idea. The massive transfer of wealth and resources from the poor and the middle class to the ultra wealthy. What is being proposed in the Senate right now is stunning in its scope. You are talking about a piece of legislation that has such deep cuts to Medicaid. This is the program that ensures 24% of American families. 1/4 of Americans get their health insurance from Medicaid. You don't know it as Medicaid because it's called something different in each state. In Connecticut, it's called Husky. In Wisconsin, it's called Badger Care. But in every state, about 1/4 of the population gets their insurance through a Medicaid-funded program. Most of those folks are working full-time. But for one reason or another, that's where they get their insurance. You're talking about kicking millions of people off of that program. And for what? For what? To rack up the biggest bill ever on the credit card of the middle class, an explosion in debt, but also to fund a tax cut for the fabulously wealthy. This is the 2017 tax cut, which is essentially going to be mirrored, we believe, by this tax cut. The top 1% of earners got tax cuts 852 times bigger than working families in America. We don't know the final shape of this tax cut, but it won't look fundamentally different from that. This is a really bad time to be a working mom or dad in America. This week, we are passing, apparently, a massive cut in healthcare benefits for working families in order to pad the pockets of the wealthy. But we are also dealing with the Trump tariff plan, which has been a Keystone Cop-like rollout that will ultimately raise prices for every single American. Tariffs can work as part of a coordinated, thoughtful approach to trying to rebuild American industry, but they only work when you partner those tariffs together with industrial policy incentives to help promote the industry that you are trying to punish when the products come from abroad. I'm not reflexively opposed to the use of tariffs, but this use of tariffs is bananas because it's not paired with any domestic industrial policy, meaning that you're just going to get the downside, a massive increase in costs for consumers, without the upside, job creation in the United States of America. And so before I get to the insult to middle-class families that will come through the budget, let's just talk about what's going to happen with these tariffs. We know how it's going to work because we saw how tariffs worked in Trump's first term. Let me just take one specific example. In Trump's first term, he imposed a 20% escalating tariff on washing machines. And the idea was that, we want washing machines to be made in the United States instead of outside of the United States. But because he didn't pair that together with any more comprehensive help for the washing machine industry in the United States, it was only downside. And it was only downside not just because of the lack of a comprehensive policy, but also because there were no checks on the corporations that saw the tariffs as a means to gouge consumers. You have to also partner tariffs together with some accountability for corporations, for the greedy corporations that get wide-eyed when they see the tariffs and realize, well, this is an opportunity to not just pass the tariff along, but to jack up the price a little bit more and say that it was all because of the tariffs. Here's what happened on washing machines. So you got a 20% escalating tariff. We have the data. We saw what happened. The economic data tells us that the washing machine companies passed along the 20% tariff and then padded the price increase, sometimes by 15%, sometimes by 50%. But it's worse than that. The price increase was not just for imported washing machines. They also increased the price of the domestic washing machines that weren't subject to the tariff. Why not? Why not? The Trump administration won't hold us accountable for that. Nobody really looks to see whether the washing machine was made in America or not. We'll just raise the price on everything. What do you buy when you buy a washing machine as well? A dryer. So guess what happened? Even though dryers weren't subject to the tariff, the price got jacked up on the dryers as well. Dryers went up by 50% sometimes in cost, 15%, 20%. All of a sudden, prices went up for everything. Now, Trump collected a bunch of money in tariffs, $80 billion, but that was literally just middle-class people paying the additional amount to the company and the company passing it along to the government. So it was just a tax. It was just a tax. Okay, maybe you could live with that if it revitalized the domestic washing machine industry, if there were tens of thousands of people going back to jobs in that industry. But that didn't happen. I think there were one or two domestic washing machine factories that opened up, and Trump, of course, made a big deal. You know how many jobs it was in total? Less than 2,000 jobs. Less than 2,000 jobs were created for a tariff that jacked up costs for every American and resulted in $80 billion of middle-class taxes being collected by the government. That works out to about $800,000 per job. So that's what's coming at scale, not just on washing machines, but on virtually every consumer product. A big price increase, little to no domestic job creation, all the pain on the middle class. Tariffs can work, but this is not the way that they work. And so this week, Senate Republicans, instead of trying to help consumers deal with the impact of these tariffs, I mean, we're talking about huge price increases coming for American families. And this week, we could be sitting here voting for bills that cancel the tariffs or try to help middle-class families in another way. We're doing exactly the opposite. Instead of helping families deal with the impact of the tariffs, instead of holding the greedy corporations in check as they ready to gouge consumers, we are debating a bill that would cut almost $1 trillion out of Medicaid, the program that provides insurance for a quarter of Americans, that will result in raising healthcare costs for tens of millions of Americans. And we're talking about giving a massive tax break to the billionaire CEOs of the companies that are going to be doing the price gouging, and to the companies themselves. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. If you were a regular, ordinary American, what you are being told is that you're going to have to pay huge new price increases on everything you buy. You are going to have your health care disappeared, and corporate profits and take-home pay for CEOs are going to skyrocket. Who's asking for that? What American is asking for prices to go up, my health care to be cut, and billionaires to get a big tax break? Let's start talking about these tax cuts. Okay, they're the center of this bill, right? Everything in the Trump administration is about a simple story. How do I help my Mar-a-Lago billionaire friends? So this is the old tax cut, because we don't know all the details of the new one. If you look at sort of the poorest Americans versus the richest Americans, the tax cut is 852 times bigger. But here's a back-of-the-napkin analysis of what this new tax cut is likely to look like if it's basically formed like the old one. And instead of taking the poorest Americans versus the richest Americans, instead, let's just look at sort of the bottom 60% of income earners in this country. That's roughly about everybody who makes $90,000 or less. So that's a lot of your neighbors, right? I mean, $90,000 is an income that is familiar to a lot of Americans. So under this new tax cut, if it looks like the old one, and that's the signal that we get, is that households in the top 1% are going to get an average tax cut that's 120 times bigger than the tax cut given to people who are making $90,000 or less. So that's 152 times bigger than the very poor. But let's take somebody who's making $60,000. The richest 1% are going to get a tax cut that is 120 times bigger. How is that fair? Okay, now you'd say, well, that's because they make a lot more money. So of course they're going to get a bigger tax cut. But let's do the math a different way. As a share of after-tax income, the tax cuts at the top are still more than triple the total value of the tax cut received for people with incomes in the bottom 60%. So even when you adjust for the fact that they are making more money, they are still getting a tax cut whose value is 3 times bigger than folks who are making a middle income in this country. And why? I mean, does anybody believe in trickle-down economics anymore? It has been completely discredited. And again, we have the 2017 tax cuts as evidence. Donald Trump trotted out a big promise. He said, these tax cuts for corporations and billionaires and millionaires, They'll trickle down to everybody else. And I'll tell you the number. The average worker will get a $4,000 salary increase. That was the promise. The money will trickle down. The corporations will be so generous, they'll take their giant tax cut, bigger than they even asked for. Senator Whitehouse just showed you the chart where corporations have gone from providing 30% of American tax revenue down to 10% of American tax revenue. What a great deal for corporations. Okay, that's a nice chart. That makes sense if the corporations are taking their lower tax liability and turning it around into wages. Instead, they're not. They're keeping it for themselves, for their executives, for their top shareholders. The analysis shows that promised $4,000 salary increase as a result of the tax cuts wasn't $4,000, it wasn't $2,000, it wasn't $1,000, it wasn't $100, it was zero. Because all of that money, virtually all of that money, ended up getting gobbled up by the corporations, mainly for stock buybacks. Didn't go to increase compensation for their employees. So it's not to raise wages. I guess it's just to make rich people richer. From 2017, when that tax cut passed, that first Trump tax cut passed, until 2023, Elon Musk's wealth grew by 1,222%. I don't even know what that looks like. Jeff Bezos's grew by 96%, Zuckerberg's by 50%, Rupert Murdoch's by 50%. I use those names because those were the billionaires that were at Trump's inauguration cheerleading him into office, because they know that another big tax cut for their company and for them personally is coming. Now, I will admit to you, median income overall grew from 2017 to 2023. So everybody in the country was making more in 2023 than they were making in 2017. But median income was not growing by 50%, 96%, or 1,222%. So this is a massive tax cut, the vast majority of it going to the very, very wealthy. But what makes this even harder to understand is what Senator Whitehouse laid out for you. Most of this is just going on your credit card. Most of this is just being borrowed. And that has a consequence. The national debt potentially doubling as a result of this massive tax cut for the very, very wealthy. And it's just so heartbreaking, the hypocrisy. I mean, I could string together a 24-hour-long video of my Republican colleagues talking ad nauseum about the danger of debt, the rising deficit. We can't spend money on kids. We can't spend money on climate. We can't spend money on schools. We can't help people go to college. No. We can't do any of that. Can't do any of that because the deficit. And yet, when it comes to a billionaire tax cut, a corporate tax cut, we are going to potentially double the debt. Nobody is caring about the debt. In fact, they're rigging the rules of the Senate. They're breaking the rules of the Senate just so that they can get away with a massive increase in debt and deficit. But somewhere along the line, they said, well, you know what? We can't borrow the whole thing. We've got to make it look like we're cutting some spending. So let's cut some spending to make it at least look like it's not all borrowed. But let's make sure that the spending we're cutting only hurts poor people in the middle class. Because God forbid we can cut spending that helps the rich or the affluent. God forbid we take away some of the tax breaks that help them. And so where are the cuts coming? Medicaid. 80% of the cuts are Medicaid, $880 billion in a House bill, similar amount cutting Medicaid. Medicaid, as I said, is the program that insures 24% of Americans. At least 2/3 of those are working full-time. They just don't have health insurance through their employer, so they have to get it through Medicaid. And so when Republicans decided that they couldn't borrow the whole thing, like we'll double the national debt, but we're not going to triple the national debt, they targeted the cuts to hurt the middle class and poor people. And so I just want to end by telling you what this means in real time. I don't actually know what it means to give billionaires another $50,000 in tax breaks. I really don't know what that means. I don't know what that life is like. I don't know what it's like to have 7 houses and 4 yachts. I don't know what a billionaire does with an extra $50,000. I can't actually explain that to you. I don't understand that kind of rapacious greed. What I do know is what happens to poor people, the people who live in my neighborhood in the south end of Hartford when they lose their Medicaid. Linda lives in Sherman, Connecticut, a small town in western Connecticut. Following the economic downturn in 2008, Linda had trouble finding work. And that was tough for her because she's a cancer survivor. She had high healthcare expenses and she needed work. She was underemployed. She worked in plant nurseries and agriculture. Her husband at the same time lost his job as an auto mechanic. They lost their healthcare insurance. But then when the Affordable Care Act passed, Medicaid was expanded. More people were made eligible for Medicaid. And in 2010, she was able to sign up for Medicaid. She said, quote, "I had so much anxiety all the time about how to pay for healthcare. We were going through all of our money, and we just thought this isn't right. People shouldn't have to worry about just being basically healthy." But once she got healthcare, she was able to restart her life. Linda went back to school because now she had healthcare. She got a new degree. She found a job teaching agriculture at a local high school, but that program didn't provide healthcare, so she still needed that Medicaid. Medicaid, she says, just provides such a baseline for society. It allowed me to maintain my health so that I was able to continue working. The Medicaid cuts that they are talking about will destroy Medicaid expansion. In fact, some states will automatically cancel the Medicaid expansion program when these cuts are made, meaning that people like Linda all across the country are going to lose their health care. For what? For a massive tax cut for the wealthy. Emily Grinelli is a worker at one of Connecticut's biggest behavioral health and substance abuse providers. So every day she's talking to people who rely on Medicaid so that they can get help for their mental health disorder or their substance abuse disorder. And let's be honest, we all have somebody in our life who has a serious mental illness or has struggled with substance abuse. So you know these people. She wrote me a letter talking about the fact that the conversations in their therapy groups in the last month have fundamentally changed. They're actually not doing therapy any longer for mental illness or for substance abuse. They are now doing therapy for the anxiety all these people have knowing they're about to lose their health insurance. One case manager told me, she writes, that she was working with a client to find housing, and the client now just wants to stop looking because she feels like there is no point because she's going to lose her Medicaid. Republicans are going to strip her Medicaid from her. She won't be able to get her medication and services. She feels hopeless. A clinician told me about an hour-long session she had the day before. 75% of it was focused on the client's fear of losing her benefits and what that would mean for her and all the other clients. She shared with me that if there was a way for her to leave the country right now, she would. At this provider, 35% of their clients would likely lose access to mental illness and substance abuse services if these cuts go through. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we choosing? Why are my colleagues choosing to destroy healthcare for millions of Americans in order to pass a tax cut that basically helps corporations and billionaires and millionaires? It is fundamentally immoral. And I have to believe, like in 2017, when Republicans were trying to destroy the Affordable Care Act, which insured 20 million Americans, that there are a handful of Republicans who know that this isn't right, who maybe aren't ready to stop it today, tonight's vote isn't the final vote, but might be willing to stand up to this thievery before it's too late. The people of this country who are getting killed by higher prices that are coming because of the tariffs and are going to be hurt by these Medicaid cuts and are going to be furious when the rich become richer at their expense. They are counting on just a small handful of my Republican colleagues to realize right from wrong. I yield the floor.
Would the Senator care to engage in a brief colloquy, and may I ask unanimous consent that we be allowed to do so?
The Senator from Rhode Island is recognized without objection.
I was here for your point about mental health and addiction recovery care. And as you will recall, you and I and others worked together to get the Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act passed. And that was a very bipartisan effort because the scourge of the opioid epidemic fell across all Americans. And it was one of my happier and prouder moments when that bill actually got passed. And then when the Appropriations Committee came in behind the CARA bill and put funding in, but the bulk of the programs that we put together in CARA, bipartisan programs, were funded through Medicare, Medicaid. That's how you get reimbursement for those programs. And so, doesn't it seem peculiar that our colleagues on the other side who were so instrumental in pushing through that Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act to help their constituents at home, and who at the time showed so much sensitivity to the needs of people going through addiction recovery, through all of the stages, from the initial detox to in-house treatment to sober living and on to medication-assisted treatment sometimes, and then recovery support. All of that seemed to bind us together. What on earth could be the madness that inspires them to tear all that down now when they built it within the last decade with us?
Thank you, Senator. White House, first of all, for all the work you put into passing that legislation, which has given access to millions of people across the country who are struggling with addiction and recovery, access to services. Again, I say what I said in my underlying remarks. There's not a single member of the Senate who doesn't have a close family member or a friend who has struggled or is struggling with addiction. This is a non-partisan, apolitical problem. Addiction doesn't care if you're left, right, Republican, or Democrat. And we did come together around funding these programs. And so it is hard to understand. It is heartbreaking that I'm telling you the story of one of Connecticut's biggest addiction treatment providers, and they are telling us that if these cuts go through, fully 1/3 of their clients will lose access to some or all of those services. And to your point in your initial speech, Senator Whitehouse, I mean, maybe I could understand if we were deciding to cut funding for addiction treatment because we had some other really important priority that helped regular people. Like if we said, you know what, there's a housing crisis in this country, you know, right now we're going to have to borrow some money from addiction treatment in order to make sure that people get housed, or you know, our schools are underfunded and teachers need to be paid more, and okay, it's really hard to cut funding from addiction treatment centers, but at least we'll get, you know, better education for our kids. That's not what we're doing. We're cutting funds for people struggling with addiction who get served by programs that we agree are important in order to fund a tax cut for corporations and super, super rich people. That's why this is fundamentally immoral. I would
Yield on that very point. There's a doctrine or a principle that it's kind of a tedious economic term, marginal utility of money. And what it means in very plain terms is that if you make $60,000 a year, your last $1,000 of income is a big deal to you. That $1,000 makes an enormous difference in the quality of your life. You take that same $1,000 and you give it to somebody who is making $60 billion a year, they don't even know it's there. The marginal utility of that money in the billionaire's or mega millionaire's life is near zero. Near zero. And so if you're actually looking at the human side of the financial equation, are we not taking extremely important dollars that make an enormous difference in the lives of normal, regular people, scooping them up by the trillions, according to the graphs I showed, and delivering them to a crop of big corporations who already pay taxes too low, and mega millionaires and billionaires who won't even notice the money. It won't change a thing in their lives. They can still buy a $90,000 purse for their wife. They can still buy the 9th house. They can still buy the 190-foot yacht with its crew of 30 or 40 or 50 or whatever it is. Where is the benefit? You know, we talk about this as being a transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the very rich, but it's really an evaporation of wealth, because it's not going to make a difference to people who already have more money than they can spend in the rest of their lives. They couldn't spend it if they wanted to in the rest of their lives. And so this additional thing, it's more like a trophy. And it reminds me, when I was growing up, people talking about FDR, you know, recalling his presidency, and talking about JFK while he was president, and shortly thereafter. I was alive during JFK's life. And people used to say, well, you know, the good thing about electing those rich people is that they're too rich to steal. You don't have to worry about them. They're too rich to steal. FDR never stole a nickel, as best I can tell. JFK never stole a nickel, as best I can tell. This crop of creepy billionaires, what happened to too rich to steal, Senator Murphy?
I mean, and it's thievery masked by a bogus economic argument that says the money will eventually find its way down to everybody else. And that is not true. That has never been true. In fact, the opposite is often true. You know, the billionaire class is sometimes referred to as sort of citizens of everywhere, right? They're global citizens. They globetrot from homes in the United States and Europe and the islands, but that's also where their money ends up going as well. It used to be that the richest guy in your community was, you know, investing only in your community. But today, when we pad the pockets of the uber wealthy, that money either does not get spent or it ultimately gets delivered to investments that flow into economies all over the world. These tax cuts don't end up back in America. To the extent the money gets spent anywhere, it gets spent in international index funds. So the theory of the case, which has always been cover for simply delivering more and more excessive resources to the very, very wealthy, has never worked. But it works even less now when in a global international economy, the very, very wealthy have options to invest in the United States or often for higher returns, investing somewhere else.
And it looks to me, if I could reclaim my time for a moment and ask you another question, it looks to me a bit like as they're destroying Medicaid, which, as you pointed out, serves a quarter of American households, and is essential in those households because it's granny's nursing home care, it's your sister's or wife's childbirth delivery in the hospital, or it's your colleague or friend or family member's opioid recovery treatment, swept away for unnecessary and unfair tax cuts to billionaires and big corporations. But then you move just beyond this immediate budget bill and you look over at Elon Musk and his little muskrats are doing to Social Security. and what they're saying about Social Security. And it looks like not only do they want to gut Medicaid through this budget reconciliation bill, but they also are trying to wreck the administration and operations of Social Security, trying to clear out the workforce that makes it work, sending their creeps in to probe into the data systems that support it. Who knows what damage has been done to the data systems or what extraction of data has been done? We don't know. They've never answered questions. They lie and say it's a Ponzi scheme. They refer to it as riddled with fraud when there's almost no fraud at all, 1% at best. So they're trying to discredit Social Security. They're trying to undermine its operations, and they're talking about an interruption in benefits. In fact, talking kindly about an interruption in benefits, with the Secretary of Commerce saying, if we had an interruption in benefits, my mother, who is a Social Security recipient, wouldn't even notice. Well, yeah, she's living in her billionaire son's house. Of course she wouldn't notice, duh. But the people who would complain about losing their check, that's probably fraudsters. And so it would actually be beneficial to have an interruption in benefits, because that's how we could root out some of the fraud, like there is fraud. Again, feeding the lie that there is fraud. What conclusions do you reach when you see this pattern of activity targeting Social Security, even if an attack on it is not in this bill per se?
I thank Senator for the question. Listen, I read it as just a different kind of thievery. So what we're talking about here is this massive thievery from Medicaid recipients so that we can pass along this big tax break for folks that don't need it. But my sense is that the billionaire investment and Wall Street class is really upset that there are still a few remaining government programs that they haven't gotten their hands on, that they haven't operationalized in a way to make themselves money. They've had their eyes on Social Security for decades. Yep. You remember, George Bush proposing privatizing Social Security, which is essentially just taking that big lump of money and handing it to the investment managers so that they can skim some money off the top. They also look at schools the same way, I think, Senator Whitehouse. They've been discrediting public education to the point where now they don't think the Department of Education needs to exist. And why? Why? Because they ultimately want to do the same thing for our public schools. They want to privatize our elementary schools, our middle schools, our high schools, so that they can have private equity funds owning the schools, providing some form of education, but just seeing our kids as a source of profit. So you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, but my sense is that the theft happens in all sorts of different ways. Sometimes in just a transfer, Medicaid recipients losing, billionaires winning, but sometimes by taking government programs and turning them, instead of something that tries to work for the common good, as a program that just gets turned into a vehicle for profit for the very, very wealthy.
Particularly when there's so much money to be made and so much flows through Social Security. If you take it over by wrecking it and then sending in your private equity friends and tech bros to get it operational again, and then let them slice off a share for themselves by privatizing either it or its operations, you have created a massive new revenue stream for the super rich. So with that, I see that there are a few colleagues on the other side who have come over. It may be that it is their turn, so I will, Senator Murphy, you cool to yield the floor? I will yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
we're gathered here to talk about the budget. We're going to be voting on a budget resolution shortly, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned that there's so much enthusiasm among conservatives and Republicans for cutting waste and cutting fraud and quit spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala and $3 million on girl-centric climate change in Brazil, $4.8 million on social media influencers in Ukraine. I'm excited by eliminating all of that waste. I've been calling for it for years. But I'll tell you what worries me. What worries me is that so many things in Washington are smoke and mirrors. On the one hand, it appears as if all of this great savings is happening. But on the other hand, the resolution before us will increase the debt by $5 trillion. So which is it? Are we cutting spending or are we expanding the debt? If we expand the debt at $5 trillion, that will be an expansion of the debt equal to or exceeding everything that happened in the Biden years. Now, which is it? I thought we had an election. And the other side is complaining loudly that, oh my goodness, there's going to be too much cut in spending. And our side is saying, no, no, no. And I'm looking at the numbers. The budget resolution is going to add $5 trillion over about a 2-year period. So they're going to add more than $2 trillion a year to the debt. In what world is that conservative? They say there is a difference between the parties, and yet when you look at the numbers, when you look at the fact that this budget resolution is going to borrow $5 trillion, you scratch your head and say, what's up here? Is there somebody not really being honest with us? They're going to borrow $5 trillion. And yet they'll say, well, the spending is coming down, and we've put these numbers in the budget that will reduce spending. If so, why are we borrowing $5 trillion? The reason they're going to ask the Republicans and the Democrats, but it'll be mostly Republicans voting for this debt, the reason they're asking for it is because they're anticipating that's what they'll need. They're also anticipating that, it's kind of embarrassing, really, to talk about debt. It's extremely embarrassing for Republicans who say they're conservative to be adding $5 trillion in debt and voting for it. So they don't want to do it very often. Let's try to spread it out a long time. Let's try to get through the 2026 election. Let's try to get to 2027 before we have to have this embarrassment brought back in front of us. But the embarrassment and the shame is coming much quicker. We're going to get to the end of September 30th. That's the end of the fiscal year for our federal government. And the American people at that time will be told, hopefully someone in the media notices this, that the deficit for this year will be over $2 trillion. The estimates are that there will be about $2.2 trillion. And we're going to borrow $5 trillion. Now, some would argue, yeah, but we need to give them a chance. We need to give them a chance because the spending number actually looks like they might reduce spending. But here's the problem. The spending number is lower, but this bill also adds $325 billion in new spending. $150 billion for the military-industrial complex, another $175 billion for the border, but that's new money. How much money did we spend last year? A little over $7 trillion. But that's not enough, according to all the people here on my side today that are going to vote for this budget. They want more than last year. Well, if last year was $7.1 trillion, that must mean they're going to want $300 billion more than that. But the number in the bill says no, $6.5 trillion. So they're saying, no, we're going to spend less. I say, you know what? I've seen the way this place operates, and I don't trust either party. Why? Because I've seen the deficit and the debt grow and triple since I've been here. It's $36 trillion. Now, I voted against every last penny of it. I've voted against the spending bills. I've voted to balance the budget. I've introduced budgets that balance over 5 years. But the one thing that would happen, even if I had my way and I could introduce and my budget would be accepted, there'd have to be some debt accumulation. So what I'm offering today is let's accumulate some debt. Let's raise the debt ceiling. Never voted for this before, but I'm willing to vote for 3 months, about $500 billion to raise the debt ceiling. Why? Because it has to happen. Why don't I want to give them $5 trillion? Because then you're just turning your back and they're going to do whatever they always do. What does the swamp always do? Take your money, borrow money, spend and borrow. It continues unabated. But if you wanted to keep your Congress on a leash, if you wanted to have leverage, to say, Well, what if you're not being honest with me? What if in 3 months the deficit's over 2 trillion? And what if in 3 months the spending levels aren't 6.5 trillion, but in actuality 7.4 trillion? How would we then rebuke you? How would we stop you? How would we stop the spending? Well, the way we would stop the spending is by not giving you any more borrowing. So what I'm proposing today is an amendment that will raise the debt ceiling by $500 billion. To me, that's an extraordinary amount of money, but your government spends it so darn fast that that's about 3 months worth of spending. But there's nothing conservative about raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion. It boggles the mind to try to comprehend how anyone who is self-describing themselves as conservative would vote to increase the debt by $5 trillion. It makes utterly no sense. But it also is free rein for the spenders because they've got $5 trillion they can spend. In recent years, on occasion, they haven't even put a number in there. Probably the only reason we're getting a number is because the rules of the budget require a number. But what they've been doing, both parties, they've been just saying, well, why don't we just borrow money for 2 years or 3 years? And many people argue, many on the other side of the aisle say, we shouldn't even have these votes at all. Why have a debt ceiling at all? Let's just let it spin out of control. Has anybody ever seen the debt clock? Go to the debtclock.org and watch the numbers spinning wildly out of control. Now, some will say deficits don't matter. This was the Cheney family. Dick Cheney famously said deficits don't matter. But the thing is, they really do, because you have to pay interest on the debt. We're paying about $1 trillion in interest. So the largest item in our spending now, bigger than our military, is actually the interest. Over the next 10 years, we're going to pay about $14 trillion in interest. I think it's actually probably worse than that. That's what the estimates are now, but it is literally out of control. And you say to yourself, how would we rein in spending? You have to look at everything. Every item we spend money on has to be looked at. You have to look across the board at everything. But what we have is the current administration says we're not going to look at Social Security, despite what the other side says about Social Security. Nothing's going to happen to Social Security. They're not going to fix it. They're not going to make it better. They're not going to reduce anything. Social Security is going to be untouched. So is Medicare. But then there are reports and complaints saying, well, we shouldn't touch Medicaid either. And then people say, food stamps, we can't touch food stamps. Well, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and food stamps comprise all the money that comes into our government. They're about $5 trillion worth. That's about what we pay in taxes. So the government brings in about $5 trillion and spends $7 trillion. It's about a $2 trillion overdraft. We're $2 trillion in the hole every year, and we're up to about $37 trillion total. But how would we actually get there? If you're taking off the table Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, and food stamps, those 4 items are about $5 trillion, pretty close to it. So if you take all the entitlements off the table, what are you left with? And people love and they get excited about the terrible foreign aid. I do too. I think it's the lowest hanging fruit. It's the most egregious of the spending. It's the easiest to cut. But, I forced a vote on that 2 weeks ago, and we got no Democrat votes. In fact, I don't think there is a Democrat in Congress who will vote to cut 1 penny. I'd like to do that sometime, introduce a bill to cut a penny or to cut $1 to see if they would. Let's cut $1 from the $2 million that they spend doing sex change surgery in Guatemala with U.S. tax dollars. Will the Democrats support a bill to cut $1? Probably not. They would probably insist, even if they admitted the program was egregious or horrible or out of normalcy, they would probably insist the money be spent somewhere else. And that's sort of the debate we have over time. I have a bill called Bonuses for Cost Cutters, which says that if you are in charge of a budget for government, let's say you're in charge of $12 million at the Department of Energy. If you save $1 million, you would actually get a personal bonus for the federal employee as an incentive. When I put this forward, the main complaint that usually comes from across the aisle is they're okay with giving federal workers bonuses for saving money, but they insist that the money not go back to the Treasury. This is the big debate that's going on also. What Elon Musk has done and Doge has done is absolutely commendable, and we need more of it. The whole place is rotten and it needs to be shaken up, and we need to look for waste. But there's going to be another debate. Is that waste going to come back, and are we going to vote on it? Are we going to codify it? Or are we going to make it real by lowering our numbers? But the only way we would have any leverage on either party is by only giving them a little taste of the money. Don't give them so much money they're wallowing in it and it comes out as fast as the Federal Reserve can print it. Give them about 3 months worth. Let's see how they do in 3 months. If the spending totals that are in the bill come forward in 3 months, and those are the spending totals that Congress approves, I'd be pretty satisfied with that. In fact, I've told them the bill on large, I'm for continuing the tax cuts. I'm for keeping the tax cuts permanent. I voted for them in 2017. I'm for reducing spending, which on the surface, some of the numbers look better, but I'm just not for borrowing $5 trillion. If we're doing a good job, if we're doing a better job, why are we borrowing $5 trillion? Something doesn't add up. Something is fishy. If we're going to do such a good job, and if we have transformed government, if we are different than the other side of the aisle, and we really are for less spending and less debt, why are we borrowing more money than we've ever borrowed at one time in the history of the country? This will set a record. I believe $5 trillion will be the most that's ever been borrowed in one fell swoop. This will be a vote, and I think an ignominious one, in which professed conservatives stand up, stand forward, and vote for more debt than Congress has ever voted for at one period of time. It just disappoints me. I'm so disappointed. But I'm also disappointed because I think within a few months, when the American people see this, particularly when Republicans at home see, oh my goodness, I heard all this good news about cutting foreign aid and cutting all this crazy spending around the world, but the deficit's still $2 trillion this year. And then they're going to scratch their heads, and maybe they give the Republicans another 6 months to look. And then they're going to find that another $1 trillion has been borrowed in another 6 months. And they're going to find we're 2 years into a new Republican administration with a Republican majority in the Senate and a Republican majority in the House, and we're going to borrow $5 trillion. Something doesn't add up here. Someone needs to stand up and say something. Someone needs to give conservatives, if we have conservatives in this body, an alternative. That's what my amendment will be. My amendment will be an alternative. Instead of borrowing $5 trillion, sticking our head in the sand and saying, oh, please be nice to us and do what you promised and spend less money. No, we give them 3 months and we say, prove to us that you will, for the first time, adhere to your word. And it isn't just a couple individual people. This is the history of the institution. Occasionally, through the last several decades, there have been people come forward and they put forth rules. There was Graham-Rudman-Hollings. There were different rules that said you have to pay as you go. So if somebody brought up $300 billion in new spending, you'd have to cut $300 billion from somewhere else. But you know what's happened? These things have been evaded time and time again. Why are people like me cynical of the process? Why do people like me not believe them when they say they're going to cut spending? Because they've always gone back on their word. They exempt themselves from the rules they create. Graham-Rudman-Hollings, pay-as-you-go, would have been effective, but it's been evaded by Congress 60, 70 times now. So I say trust but verify. I say trust, accept your colleagues if they say they're really going to do this, but give them 3 months worth of borrowing. Don't give them 2 years worth of borrowing. Don't give $5 trillion. Don't put yourself on record. Today, if this is passed, or tomorrow morning early, if this is passed, Republicans who vote for this will be on record as being more fiscally liberal than their counterparts. They will vote to borrow more money than the Democrats have ever borrowed. So there really is a disconnect here. Something is not as it appears. There is a smoke and mirrors. There is this great enthusiasm across the land for what is happening, and I share that. I share President Trump's desire to balance the budget. I'm pleased with his cabinet. I'm super pleased with having Elon Musk and Doge and these young people look for waste. I'm for all of that and more. But if it's going to be reflected in something, we have to borrow less. If we're still borrowing the same amount, maybe it isn't real. Maybe we're just talking about things and we're not actually doing them. It is hard to cut spending. Everybody wants something. Everybody wants something from government. But there is no such thing as something for nothing. It has to come from somewhere. Most people know this in their daily lives. As you work, you get something for work and you feel good about yourself because you've worked for something. You can't simply just hand out money to people. You can't print up money like it grows on trees. But I can tell you there's an absolute historical record of abuse by both parties. But what saddens me in particular for Republicans is Republicans will go on record today to increase the debt more than the Democrats ever had. The new world's record for accumulation of debt, the new world record for expanding debt in our country will belong to the Republican Party with this. This is a sad day. I will vote against this bill and object to it unless we get rid of this enormous amount of borrowing. If we get rid of the $5 trillion and adopt my amendment, I'll vote for the bill. The bill would borrow, if my amendment were passed, $500 billion. Is it enough? No, we'd have to do it again. We'd come back in 3 months. But this is the idea of trust but verify. If the promises are real, and if the big spenders in both parties are doing a good job, when they come back and prove to us that they've actually done something they have never done in the past, they have changed their ways, and they're not going to keep adding massive debts year after year, then we give them another 3 months. If they do a great job, maybe we give them 6 months. But we don't give big spenders in Washington who have a terrible history with the debt, we don't give them no leash at all, no controls at all. $5 trillion here, spend it however you want. We don't do that. At least we profess not to on our side. So my amendment will give all members of the body a chance to say, do you want continued oversight of your government by looking at the debt ceiling periodically, or you just want to wash your hands? I say if we wash our hands, we speed up the demise of our country. I think now is an inflection point. The stock market in the last 2 days lost over $6 trillion. We live in perilous times, and I think the people who just keep going on their merry way saying, we'll just do the same thing and we'll tell the people it's a little different than the other side. Maybe they'll vote for us this time. Maybe they won't. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the people are frustrated. I think the people are annoyed. And I think the people are frankly worried. The people who've been trying to save and are getting closer to retirement are looking at their retirement nest egg and saying, oh my goodness, look what's happened to us. Where are we going? Part of that message is an indictment of tariffs, that I think millions of investors think tariffs are a bad idea. But part of it's an indictment over our massive accumulation of debt. The fact that we're spending $7 trillion and bringing in $5 trillion. So I hope the body will consider my amendment, and maybe I'll be shocked. Maybe we'll get enough votes from both sides of the aisle to actually have a shorter leash and have more perspective and more concern and oversight for what our spending will do. So I recommend a yes vote on my amendment, which will change the debt ceiling from $5 trillion to $500 billion.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the remarks that have just been given by my colleague from Kentucky. I think the main message we need to hear there, and what I'm going to talk about, is that the problem we have in America is not that our taxes are too high or too low, but that our spending is too high. And Republicans today, I'm confident, will be unified in delivering, as President Trump calls it, one big, beautiful bill for the American people. But what does this bill include? The fiscal year 2025 budget resolution fulfills promises to secure America's borders, increase our national defense, unleash our energy potential, and finally start to get our house in order.
I agree completely with my colleague. We have got to reduce our spending, and this bill contains a target with a minimum floor of $2 trillion in spending reduction in our federal budget. Importantly, it also lays the groundwork to make permanent and build on the 2017 Trump tax cuts so that American families can keep more of their hard-earned money to stop financing Washington's spending problem. Our conference is united in preventing an over $4 trillion tax hike on American families and businesses and delivering additional tax relief to those who have suffered for 4 years now under inflation. We are united in making this proven tax policy permanent to provide the certainty that businesses need to make long-term investments that drive growth and stability for our families as they save and plan for the future. We're also unified in our resolve to restore fiscal sanity and know that the best way to do so isn't to tax hardworking Americans more. It is to spend less. While many tend to focus on the policy disagreements that occur, as they should in these halls, the reality is that Republicans are completely unified in delivering on President Trump's agenda, a major portion of which is to restore the economic prosperity experienced under his previous presidency. Let's just look back for a minute about the bill that we are trying to extend and make permanent now. Most Americans don't pay attention to the minutia of tax policy. But if you ask them, the majority will tell you that they'd rather keep more of their money than let the government spend it. And that's exactly what the 2017 tax cuts did. Those Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for the overwhelming majority of Americans, simplified the tax code, and encouraged companies to do business in the United States instead of abroad. In addition to lowering rates across the board, it provided targeted tax relief to the middle-class working families by doubling the standard deduction and the child tax credit, and to small businesses by providing a new 20% deduction, enabling America's entrepreneurs to create new jobs, increase workers' wages, and reinvest in their business. The majority of the benefits from the Trump tax cuts, contrary to what you've heard all day from the other side, flowed to working middle-class families, the bottom 50% of earners receiving the largest reduction in average tax rates at 17.3%. Contrary to the claims that you've heard all day on the floor today that benefits were only for billionaires and corporations, the Trump tax cuts actually made the tax code even more progressive, meaning that the highest income earners today pay a greater share of all taxes than they did before. And if we can extend this tax cut, that will continue to be the case. The generational reforms we made in 2017 were designed to strengthen investment, boost economic growth, increase take-home pay, reduce poverty, and make America strong, and it worked. Not only did taxpayers keep more of their hard-earned money, but a growing economy powered median household to an all-income to an all-time high. The labor market improved. Workers saw record wage growth, and the unemployment rate fell dramatically to 3.5%, the lowest in 50 years. And the lowest income workers experienced the largest wage growth. There was capital formation explosion in the United States, and corporate inversions, corporations leaving America, stopped and became a thing of the past as companies came back home to America and became the place to form capital and do business again. All Americans reap the benefits of a booming economy. Extending this current proven tax policy and building on it is the best way to restore economic prosperity and opportunity for working families, many of whom are struggling to recover from the historic inflation of the last 4 years. Tonight, I expect we'll hear once again the politics of fear, as my Democrat colleagues claim all sorts of dire things that will happen including that we're just going to cut taxes for the wealthy so that we can do our own projects and benefit the wealthy and corporations. This attack has been used for nearly a decade, and it's just as false now as it has been in the past. Americans should not be scared by these falsehoods. What they should be alarmed by is what my colleagues and I are committed to preventing: the largest tax hike in history that will occur if we do not extend the current Trump tax cuts. This chart shows, of all these dollars of tax relief that we are talking about, contrary to the argument that they go to the wealthy, $2.6 trillion of this tax hike goes to people in households making less than $400,000 a year. And the vast majority of that goes to people in the middle, lower, and upper middle income categories. Families of four making $80,000 will see a $1,700 tax hike if we don't extend this tax relief. 20 million small businesses will see their rates go up to 43.4%. The child tax credit will be cut in half. The standard deduction will be cut in half. The lowest income earners in America are the ones who are benefiting the most from this legislation today. Republicans are united in our efforts to make this work. Now, one of the things we're focusing on is making the tax cuts permanent. Not only are we focused on extending these policies, but we're committing to make this growth in our economy permanent so we don't have to face these dire consequences in the future. Permanent tax policies promote stability and lead to more pronounced economic effects than temporary ones. Making these tax cuts permanent will provide businesses with the certainty and the stability they need to make the long-term investments that drive growth, accelerate productivity, and increase prosperity across all segments of our economy. Studies find that a permanent extension of the TCJA would increase long-run GDP by 1.1% and increase after-tax income for all Americans of all income levels. Making the small business deduction alone permanent is estimated to create 1.2 million jobs annually over the first 10 years, increasing to 2.4 million jobs in the long run. The President's Council of Economic Advisors just released an analysis that says that extending the Trump tax cuts combined with other pro-growth economic policies that we are pursuing now would boost the level of short-run GDP growth by 3.3 to 3.8% and long-run real GDP growth by 2.6 to 3.2%. Now, what does that mean? It means we're going to see that it will raise annual real wages by $2,100 to $3,300 per worker, increase real annual take-home pay for median income households with 2 children by roughly $4,000 to $5,000, save over 4 million full-time equivalent jobs from being destroyed, and facilitate $100 billion of investment in distressed communities. That analysis also projects that extending these tax cuts, together with the full suite of the Trump administration's policies, such as deregulation, which the CEA previously estimated would add 0.1 to 0.2 percentage points to real GDP growth over a decade, is expected to result in a 3% annual real GDP growth rate over the next 10 years. Now, what does that mean? According to CEA, that 3% growth in our GDP will result in $4.1 trillion of additional revenue to the Treasury to help deal with our national debt. $4.1 trillion. To unleash that growth, the best way to make these tax cuts permanent is by using a current policy baseline. This is the scoring method that more accurately reflects reality. The average American easily understands that there is a difference between a tax increase and a spending cut. However, there's an inherent bias in Congress's scoring process where tax policy is treated different than spending policy. If tax rates are scheduled to increase, like they are right now if we don't act, preventing that tax hike is counted as a cost in uncollected future revenue. But many spending programs are assumed to be extended beyond their expiration, so the spending just continues and continues and continues unabated, which the budget rules say don't have any cost. That's what we're trying to fix today in this bill. In fact, there is $2.5 trillion in spending that is automatically extended by our budget rules over the next 10 years under a current policy baseline that they currently use. Even the Obama White House has used a current policy baseline for tax policy. They recognize that there's a difference between increasing taxes and cutting spending. In 2013, the Obama White House stated that current policy baseline is the appropriate reference point, since it measures changes relative to the status quo, rather than the mix of expiring provisions and policy changes that would likely never be implemented. Interpreted, what they said was exactly what I've been saying. President Obama and his team said, you can't say that just keeping the tax rates where they are and not raising them is the same as spending more money. We need to level the playing field and sever the connection that creates a tax and spend budgeting process in Congress. And that's another thing we're going to do today. Critics who have been strangely silent over the years as trillions of dollars in spending has been automatically extended under a current policy baseline now take offense to correcting that bias toward forcing federal spending. As applied only to tax policy, those critics assert that we'll be increasing the deficit by using a current policy baseline, or we're using this baseline to hide the cost. Let me be very clear. We're not hiding the score that JCT or CBO would assign to the bill under a current law baseline. In fact, I like to see that score. It shows the amount of the tax increase that my colleagues on the other side are trying to push onto the American people. But let's be fully transparent. Both an estimate based on the current policy and one based on the current law will be released when we consider this bill on the Senate floor. And then Americans can see what kind of savings have been given to them by not raising their taxes. Under our current existing tax regime, the revenue to the GDP ratio this year will be about 17.1%. Meaning we will raise taxes for the federal treasury under our current tax policy of about 17.1% of GDP on a current policy baseline. It will also be about the same next year if we don't let the taxes go up, meaning that the revenue will not appreciably change. Yet my colleagues on the other side say it's going to spike a hole in the deficit because, why? Because they won't get their hands on that $4 trillion of new tax revenue out of the American people. This would not increase debt relative to GDP. It would simply prevent a tax increase. And we need to be honest about what those tax increases would and would not do. Those who say we should let taxes go back up say, wow, then we could use it to pay down the national debt some more. Every tax increase that Congress has adopted for as long as I can remember was not used to pay down the national debt. It was used by Congress to spend more money. We've got to take that pressure off of spending as well. Congress does not have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem. Senate Republicans are united in our desire to take concrete steps to address our deficit and get our fiscal house in order. Because the bill we're debating today is within the confines of reconciliation, the scores and numbers that we'll be discussing don't reflect that full fiscal picture. In order to have an honest discussion of what needs to be done, there's an acknowledgement that needs to be made that other factors are also at play that can generate economic growth and reductions in spending. What am I talking about? Economic growth. As I indicated in one of the charts that we just had up, The estimates from the CEA are that if we make the tax policy permanent, the confidence that will give our economy and the boost that it will give our economy in proper tax incentive policy will grow the economy by as much as $4 trillion of new revenue to the federal treasury. The president is also directing impacts in the government through his efforts and the Department of Government Efficiency to aggressively cut waste, fraud, and abuse from our government programs. Spending on federal government programs has ballooned in recent years. We have a responsibility to evaluate these spending increases and ensure that these programs work effectively and efficiently for everyone. The president has also undertaken and will likely pursue more deregulation. Deregulation has had as big an impact on revenues and economic growth as tax policy has in the past, and we should recognize that. The bottom line is that in addition to the action that Congress can take, there are activities that the president is currently engaged in that will impact our fiscal policy by either reducing spending or increasing revenue, and we should also take those into consideration. Congress must begin the process of restoring fiscal sanity by achieving deficit reduction and spending reforms as the best way to achieve that goal. In contrast, imposing the largest tax increase in our country's history would be counterproductive by easing the gliding path and making it easier for more spending. We will have a very robust debate in the weeks ahead about the best way to deliver on President Trump's agenda, and I look forward to those discussions. The budget resolution unlocks the process for us to strengthen our national security, secure our borders, permanently extend the Trump tax cuts, and provide additional middle-class tax relief. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, the Trump administration is corrupt. It is easily the single most corrupt and lawless administration in American history. And it would be exceedingly difficult to debate that simple proposition, because notwithstanding all of the whataboutism we occasionally hear, there is really no denying it. The self-dealing by unelected billionaires like Elon Musk, the presidential meme coins, the quid pro quos, the dismissal of corruption cases in exchange for help on the president's policy agenda, the dismissal of national security personnel, not on the basis of national security, but on the word of right-wing cranks, the deportation of someone to a maximum security prison in another country on the basis of a clerical error, the mass illegal firings, the reckless use of commercial apps for classified information, the scorning of court orders, the phony math to hide the deficit exploding impact of tax cuts for billionaires, the attacks on Social Security, calling it a Ponzi scheme, when people are making the attacks, those that are making the attacks are the con men who want to raid the hard-earned retirement funds belonging to our nation's seniors and veterans. The swamp is full, it is overflowing, and Donald Trump is standing right in the middle of it, up to his ears in the filth. And it is plainly obvious to anyone who is watching that the president simply doesn't care about anyone but himself. Not you, not your families, certainly not the American people. He is in it for himself. While your retirement savings are being wiped out, he's playing the back nine at his country club. Oh, caddy, would you hand me a number 6? Now the Trump administration's abundant corruption doesn't happen in a vacuum. His corrupt self-dealing doesn't just boost his own bottom line and that of his wealthy donors. It hurts everyday Americans. It hurts Californians. It hurts all of us. So let me give you some examples. Days before Donald Trump was sworn in, he took one of the most obviously corrupt actions of his political career. And that's saying quite a lot. The president took to Twitter to announce that he was launching his own cryptocurrency, a meme coin. He would maintain a vast ownership of the stock in it, but anyone in the world could buy in, from a Chinese national under indictment in the US to any sultan in the Middle East looking to buy influence, and predictably, the meme coin just skyrocketed. On paper, he appears to have made billions on it. It's possible he made more in one day from this joke cryptocurrency than he had made in his entire life up to that point. You might recall a press conference he had when a reporter asked him at the beginning of his presidency, are you going to continue to traffic in this coin, in this currency that's making you a lot of money? And the president's question to him was, well, how much is it making me? And when the reporter said, well, it's making you a lot, the president was delighted. Turned to, presumably off camera, Elon Musk or one of the billionaires and said, well, that may not be much to these guys. And there was great laughter to be had. The corruption is out in the open. And the thing about this new currency is that it's a message to anyone who wants to curry favor with the president. Whether it's foreign governments or oligarchs or wealthy Wall Street billionaires, it gives them a chance to literally buy Donald Trump's favor directly, corruptly, and unmistakably. Now, who does that ultimately hurt? Short answer is everyone else. So maybe a billionaire is buying a bigger tax break, but that means hardworking Americans are going to have to pay for it. Or maybe it's someone under indictment for fraud who can now get their case dismissed by Donald Trump's DOJ for the right price in meme coin. That hurts every American because it just invites all kinds of further corruption. Now the president's kids are in the crypto business, and there are even more opportunities for graft. In other parts of the world where there are long traditions of such corruption, they would be called princelings. There's a name for them. They're called princelings. Well, congratulations, America. We now have our own princelings, and they are called Eric and Don Jr. Now, as it turns out, it's not just by buying Trump meme coin or the kids' crypto investments that may help the Justice Department to drop your case or get the Justice Department to go after your enemies. Since Donald Trump's first day in office, he has methodically and meticulously purged the Department of Justice of anyone who is not blindly loyal to him. Not loyal to the rule of law, mind you, not loyal to their oath, but loyal to the person of Donald Trump. That is and will be the only standard in this department. It is not a coincidence that the top 3 lawyers running the Justice Department, including Attorney General Pam Bondi, are all former Trump criminal defense lawyers. Their client was and always will be the multiply indicted and convicted felon who occupies the Oval Office. So how does this hurt everyday Americans? Well, it does so in a few ways. First, it means that the department's resources will be focused on all the wrong things. The DOJ should be focused on keeping Americans safe. It should be focused on cracking down on violent criminals and addressing the fentanyl crisis. It should be hunting down fraudsters who scam Americans. But instead, they're focused on retribution, on going after Trump's enemies, on helping those who were loyal to him, and wasting countless hours and resources in the process. But also, Trump is using the DOJ now to protect his friends and allies. You don't have to look any further than the case in New York. The mayor of New York, Eric Adams, indicted on serious corruption charges. A mayor who then, seeing the writing on the wall, pursues a kind of quid pro quo with the president. He goes down to Mar-a-Lago, and the quid pro quo eventually becomes as plain as day. It is out in the open. The president's own border czar does a joint interview sitting next to the mayor on Fox and Friends on their couch to lay out the stark quid pro quo in exquisite detail. All that was left unsaid by Trump's border czar were the words "or else." The mayor would get his case dismissed, and in exchange, he would pursue the president's policy agenda when it comes to immigration. If the mayor was guilty of serious corruption, of bribery, of providing political favors to foreign nations in exchange for lavish gifts, and even the Trump DOJ doesn't deny the evidence against him, that just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter, not if he is a political ally of the president. So who does that hurt? Well, it hurts New Yorkers. It invites more corruption in the city of New York. But this trend, of course, hurts everyone. A big corporation screwing over consumers can seemingly prevent investigation or prosecution now by kissing the ring. Just takes a trip to Mar-a-Lago. A corrupt politician can continue to leverage government resources for their own gain, knowing that they may never be held accountable for their actions. You can even storm this building, and they did. You can storm right into this chamber, and they did. You can trample American democracy. You can beat police officers in the name of this president, and not only will your prosecution be dropped, but you will be pardoned and celebrated. And beyond that, the public servants who prosecuted you will be removed, replaced, or demoted. They will be purged. By using the Justice Department as a shield to protect his friends and a sword to go after his enemies, it is the American people who will lose. Now, just down the street from the DOJ, at the Food and Drug Administration, there is something less talked about, but also quite sinister going on. Elon Musk and his many companies owns one, among his many companies, owns one called Neuralink. Now, this is a company that is aiming essentially to implant computers into people's brains. Now, while I am not personally one to want a Elon-sponsored device shoved into my cerebral cortex, I do believe in responsible innovation, and I even celebrate it. But unfortunately for responsible innovation, within weeks of entering office, Elon and Doge had fired essentially the entire team at the FDA's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine Devices. You guessed it, the office in charge of reviewing his product. Gone. That sent a pretty clear message through the agency: get on board with Elon or you're out. It feels like par for the course for Elon, but it is really unprecedented in this country. Especially damaging is the fact that this also occurs at a time when they are just massively laying off people at the FDA. Huge cuts in the folks that make sure our medicine and food are safe. Not only does that mean life-saving medicine doesn't get reviewed and deployed faster to the American people, it means that dangerous stuff gets into circulation much longer before it can be stopped. Or maybe if it just gets to slip through with a wink and a nod and a big enough contribution to the Trump meme coin. And if you thought Elon stopped at the FDA, well, I have some more news for you. Doge has pulled the exact same move at other agencies, providing oversight over him or with which he has contracts. The FAA, where Elon Musk has desires for contracts for his Starlink satellite system. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, where Elon's companies face a significant threat of oversight, or at least they did before he made that agency largely go away. Or NASA, where Elon's SpaceX has billions in contracts. The Pentagon, more contracts for Elon. And now FDA. You can't find more corrupt self-dealing than that. Not in our history. You may be able to find it in other countries, but until this administration, you couldn't find it here. Now, in the category of good news, I guess if you're really wealthy, there is some good news for you at the IRS. And that is Donald Trump and his buddy Elon are gutting the IRS, tearing apart the agency that ensures that rich folks pay their fair share in taxes so they can't and don't scam the system. Well, by firing thousands of IRS employees, thousands of tax collections of rich folks will never occur, and billions of dollars that could be used to help our communities will never materialize. They're gutting it so that they can say it doesn't work, and then they can gut it even further, all to reward their billionaire friends. But it's worse than that. Much like the DOJ, it seems clear the Trump team has every intent of weaponizing the IRS to go after their enemies. They can order audits against people who speak out, protect those from audits who toe the line. Those attacks won't be just on big business, but also prominent political enemies. They could come for anyone who dares to speak out. A small business that sells a product they don't like, a nonprofit that supports a cause they don't like, they get an audit. But the president's wealthy buddies, no, they do really well. But this gutting of the IRS, this tax giveaway to people by gutting the IRS, this isn't the biggest con. This isn't the biggest con, not by a long shot. Because the biggest con involves trillions of dollars. And that, of course, is the tax cut. How they pay for it and how they don't. Donald Trump, who solicited untold sums from billionaires in the form of campaign contributions and shady schemes to enrich himself, delivers in a way that those donors could hardly imagine. Massive tax cuts for the wealthiest among us, paid for by cutting Medicaid and other vital services, and by borrowing a ton of money from your kids and grandkids, sinking the nation further into debt. Tax cuts for billionaires and more. Well, if you're one of them, that's great news. That means time to buy another yacht, or maybe another vacation home, more money to invest in the stock market, and they may need to, given what the Trump tariffs are doing in the market right now. But that's what their contributions bought them, a few billion here and a few billion there. And pretty soon we're talking about serious money for these wealthy donors and large corporations. But the thing is, these tax cuts aren't free. Yeah, they're using this phony math they call the current policy baseline. It's a phony math that says if you spent $3,000 on a vacation last year, you can spend another $3,000 this year and it won't cost anything because it's the current baseline in your family. But the reality is these tax cuts aren't free. Somebody's going to pay for them. Well, it won't be the real wealthy that pay for them. Everyone else is going to pay for them. Working Americans are going to see their costs skyrocket. They're going to see their retirement accounts plummet and their Social Security and Medicaid ripped apart to give more money to billionaires. And here's the thing, they don't even pretend anymore. They are happy to admit that their multi-trillion-dollar check that they're about to write to billionaires will be paid for by everyone else. Not just in dollars, but in the programs you rely on, programs you paid into your whole life. Medicaid on the chopping block, Social Security, offices closing, phone lines unanswered. They want it to slowly die on the vine. Food assistance going the way of the dodo bird, and the list goes on and on and on. Life will get harder and harder. That is, of course, unless you're a multi-billionaire who wrote a big check to Donald Trump, which, if he doesn't bring about a global recession, just might turn out to be a pretty damn good investment. During his campaign, Donald Trump promised his wealthy donors that he'd make them even richer by cutting their taxes. He invited many of them to his inauguration. Some even got to stand on the stage with them as he was sworn in. This is who Donald Trump is for. He is for them. He is for the really, really rich. That is whom he represents. We are for you. I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you.
Madam President, let me say a few words about where we are as a nation, what this budget resolution does, and why I am strongly opposed to it. Madam President, as you may know, we have more income and wealth inequality in our country today than we have ever had in the history of America. 3 people on top own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. CEOs now make about 300 times more than their workers. In other words, the very rich becoming much richer, and working families are struggling. So what does this budget resolution do to address this very serious crisis? Does it help working people? Does it help low-income people? No, not really. It actually makes income and wealth inequality much worse by providing massive tax breaks to the billionaires and the richest people in this country, driving up the national debt, and making those on top very, very happy. Madam President, in America today, the richest country in the history of the world, we have 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck, struggling every week to put food on the table, to pay the rent, to deal with childcare, to take care with health care. Madam President, real wages, real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker have been stagnant for the last 50 years, despite a huge increase in worker productivity. And today, all across this country, you have workers working for 11, 12, 13 bucks an hour, working for starvation wages. Some of them are actually sleeping in their cars. Now, how does this budget resolution address the crises facing working families? Well, at a time when many workers are struggling to find affordable housing, what this budget will do is cut back on housing programs, making it harder for working people to get decent housing. It will cut funding for low-income and affordable housing. So it makes life more difficult for millions of working families. Madam President, at a time when 22% of our seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year, and that's really quite shocking. It's something we don't talk about, something that we don't deal with here in Congress. Can you imagine a senior citizen trying to survive on $15,000 a year when seniors need additional health care, when seniors need to keep their homes warmer? They have all kinds of issues trying to get by on $15,000 a year. 22% of seniors are in that position. Half of seniors are trying to get by on $30,000 a year or less. So how does this legislation, this budget, help seniors? What does it do for seniors? Well, it makes it a bad situation much worse. This legislation, this budget, will make it much harder for seniors to receive the care they desperately need in nursing homes. In Vermont, and I expect in most states in this country, we have a major nursing home crisis. Nursing homes are shutting down. Harder and harder for people to get into nursing homes. Well, when you cut Medicaid by $880 billion, you're going to make it much, much harder for seniors to access nursing homes, because 2 out of 3 seniors are dependent upon Medicaid to get into nursing homes. This legislation would also cut back on nutrition programs for seniors at a time when many seniors are having a hard time affording the food that they need. And maybe worst of all, at a moment when Mr. Musk and his billionaire friends are laying off thousands of workers at the Social Security Administration, closing down Social Security offices all over the country, making it harder for people with disabilities and older people to get the benefits that they have paid into for their whole lives, this bill does nothing to address that crisis. Madam President, we right now, embarrassingly, have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. A little bit embarrassing, we're the richest country on the face of the earth. We have more income and wealth inequality than any other country. We're seeing a significant growth in the number of billionaires we have, but in terms of our kids, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation. Now, how would this budget impact our children? Well, it would make a bad situation even worse by throwing millions of kids off the health care that they have. That's what happens when you cut Medicaid by hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. This budget would cut nutrition programs that 1 out of every 5 children depend upon. Amazingly, sadly, in America, a lot of kids go to school hungry, and this legislation would cut nutrition programs. Furthermore, for working families, this legislation would do nothing to address the outrageously high cost of childcare in America. And by the way, it would make devastating cuts to education, I think significantly in working class communities. Madam President, it is no secret to anybody that our current healthcare system is far and away the most expensive in the world. We spend about twice as much per capita on healthcare as almost any other nation. Most Americans understand and deal with the reality every day that our healthcare system is dysfunctional. It takes forever to get a deal with the insurance companies and get your claims processed. It is extremely cruel. A significant number of people who are struggling with cancer end up going bankrupt because they cannot afford the outrageous cost of the hospital care that they have received. So what does this budget do to address our broken and dysfunctional healthcare system? Well, hard to believe, but it makes a terrible situation even worse. By cutting Medicaid up to $880 billion, this legislation could force as many as 36 million Americans off the health care that they currently have. Now, right now, we got 85 million Americans who are uninsured or underinsured. That number would soar. So, low-income working people don't have a lot of money. What happens when they get sick? We lose 60,000 people a year right now, despite Medicaid, who don't go to a doctor when they should because they can't afford to. This budget would make that situation much, much worse. And at a time when we have a massive crisis in primary health care, not enough doctors, not enough nurses, not enough mental health counselors, not enough primary care facilities where people can get into a doctor when they need. By cutting Medicaid, this legislation would make access to community health centers, something that I've worked on for a very long time, make it harder for people to access community health centers because community health centers are highly dependent on Medicaid for their funding. Madam President, virtually every scientist who has studied the issue has made it clear that climate change is an existential threat to our planet. And I understand that the current president of the United States thinks that it is a hoax originating in China, but that is not what 99.5% of the scientists who study the issue believe. And as we look around and see year after year becoming warmer, the last 10 years, warmest on record, when we see the terrible flooding and drought and extreme weather disturbances taking place in our country and all over the world, the American people understand that climate change is all too real and is having devastating impacts on our lives. So, what does this legislation do to address the extraordinary crisis that we face in terms of climate change. Well, hard to believe, but it makes a bad situation even worse by opening up vast swaths of public land to big oil companies so they can drill, baby, drill. And it opens up public lands to more and more oil companies. Brilliant. We face an existential threat, and this legislation makes that threat even worse. Well, it seems to me, Madam President, that instead of passing this absurd budget proposal, we should move in exactly the opposite direction that this proposal takes us. Instead of making life more difficult for the working class of our country, instead of rewarding the billionaire campaign contributors who fund many, many campaigns around here, maybe, just maybe, we should represent the needs of our constituents, the working families of this country. And one of the ways that we could do it is by raising the minimum wage to a living wage. I know that is around here a very radical idea. Imagine that. We raise the minimum wage, which is today at the federal level, $7.25 an hour. So we're going to be offering an amendment to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $17 an hour. And maybe instead of making it harder for working families to find affordable housing, maybe, just maybe, we should build millions of units of low-income affordable housing. Maybe, just maybe, instead of making it harder for families to access childcare, we should make it easier and more affordable. And maybe instead of cutting Medicaid by $880 billion, maybe instead of doing that, we should do what virtually every other major nation on earth does. And that is understand that healthcare is a human right, that every man, woman, and child is entitled to healthcare as a human being. And we can do that by passing a Medicare for All single-payer program. The function of a healthcare system should not be to make the insurance companies and the drug companies much wealthier. It should be to provide quality healthcare in a cost-effective way to all of our people. So there you go. What we have is a budget proposal in front of us which makes bad situations much worse and does virtually nothing to protect the needs of working families. But what it does do, of course, is reward wealthy campaign contributors by providing over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. You know, I'm going to vote against this proposal, that's for sure. And I wish my Republican friends the best of luck when they go home, if they dare to hold town meetings and explain to their constituents why they think at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, it's a great idea to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut Medicaid and education and other programs that working families desperately need. I do wish them the very best of luck as they go forward in that way. Madam President, with that, I would yield the floor.
President?
Senator from Louisiana. Madam President, our country has had some pretty severe economic challenges of late. I'm not talking about the recent stock market losses, although those are quite important for someone with a 401k. I'm talking about how real Americans, average Americans, feel as if the American dream of home ownership, of buying a new car or truck, buying their child a car, affording a student loan, is just slipping out of their grasp. We saw this fear during the Biden administration when inflation was so high, the Federal Reserve increased interest rates. And as these interest rates rose, so did consumer interest rates on all sorts of things, directly impacting the ability of a family to realize the American dream. This speech is about how do we preserve that ability of Americans to achieve that dream, and how what we are doing today, tonight, in this Congress directly impacts that. Now, it may seem pretty distant to someone watching from home, but it does directly impact that. How much money the federal government borrows, how much this budget resolution leads to increased indebtedness, that sounds abstract, but it impacts your ability to buy that home, to buy that car, to attend that school. And some of the process discussions that normally wouldn't work, how does Congress do this? How does it do that? If you're not in Congress, they're actually extremely important to this discussion of how much we are going to borrow and how much we are going to enable Americans in Louisiana, the state I'm privileged to represent, and elsewhere, achieve their dream. Let me explain. As our country borrows more money, so we pass something and our debt explodes. And as our country has to borrow money to pay for that debt, it begins to compete with businesses, with individuals, with families, as they also go out and try and borrow money. Now, the federal government's always going to get the first amount, and it is going to be the others who have to pay more to compete. And paying more means you pay more for your mortgage, you pay more for your car note, you pay more for your student loan interest rate. The only way to keep this from happening is for the federal government to live within its means. I think the inflation of the last 4 years is one of the principal reasons the American people tossed Joe Biden out and they put Donald Trump back into the White House. The Biden administration did not live within its means, borrowed a lot of money, drove up interest rates. The American people couldn't afford that which they expected to be able to buy. They voted for change. Now, President Trump understands this. When he spoke to Congress last month, spoke of renewal of the American dream. And in that speech about renewing the American dream, he spoke about having a balanced budget. He understands, he desires, he sees the connection between living within our means and making it good for fellow Americans. And by the way, I agree with him. I agree that balancing the federal budget is key to preserving that dream. So why is this important now? Our country, right now, not tomorrow, right now, is $36 trillion in debt, 36 trillion with a T. And if we do nothing, if all we do is status quo, continue on the path we're on, it is estimated we will add $21 trillion to that indebtedness over the next 10 years. Now, what about today? We're going to vote on a budget resolution tonight. If we vote on that budget resolution and it leads to a reconciliation bill, which is not paid for, we will add another $5 to $11 trillion. On top of that, 36 trillion plus 21 trillion, we could end up with 65 to almost $70 trillion of indebtedness 10 years from now if we don't do that right. I'm a doctor. I'm going to borrow a term from medicine. I'm going to adapt it, if you will. That would be congressional malpractice. We do not want to be guilty of congressional malpractice. Now, at some point, the problem begins to build upon itself. Currently, a fifth of tax revenue is used to pay interest on the debt. 20% of all the money the federal government gets is right now being used to pay interest on the debt. That is more than we spend on national defense. I'm going to repeat that one. Right now, we're paying more, paying back people who lent us money, than we're paying to protect our country and to pay the troops who are doing so. There's a historian, Niall Ferguson, who says that when a country is spending more on debt service than on defending itself, that is the mark of a country in decline. Current Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made a similar point in a Fox News op-ed. He wrote that, quote, America's next security crisis is lurking in our pocketbooks, that our escalating debt crisis hurts national security in three key ways. It diminishes our financial surge capacity. It robs our private sector of capital for productive investment, and it imperils America's preeminent role in international financial markets. Well, Scott Bessent is now Secretary Bessent, and he is right. The debt is a threat to our national security and to the economic security of the American family. By the way, families know this. You might be in Caddo Parish, Louisiana, you might be in Covington, Louisiana, but they've learned to live within their means, and we should learn something from those Louisiana families. So let's discuss the budget resolution before us. Now, to be sure, this resolution only sets up a discussion of a reconciliation bill. And the reconciliation bill is where we actually establish how much is spent and where it should be spent. Nevertheless, this budget resolution points in a direction and establishes certain parameters. Now, at this point, I'm going to discuss a little bit about process. And there's been a lot of debate in Washington about using current policy versus current law as baseline in this budget resolution. Now, current policy has never been used as baseline involving this much money and in a reconciliation bill. And I'm going to show a chart here. In this chart, this is the years over here. This is 2025 going all the way out to 2055. And this is how much our debt is as a percent of our tax revenue. And you can see that if this is what the Congressional Budget Office says is our current trajectory, that in 2055, we'll have a debt to GDP ratio of about 156%. That under what we're looking at could increase that to 211 to 230%. So this is the trajectory on, which is not great. But if all we do is what we're doing today without any effort to offset it, we would increase this 210 to 230%. Now, somewhere around 174%, the economists say we're in trouble. To borrow a gastroenterological term, I'm a gastroenterologist, we're in deep doo-doo. And in that is what we have to worry about. Now, I've discussed this extensively with my Senate colleagues. I'm pleased to say there's a commitment from President Trump and the White House to work with senators to go through the budget line by line to see where there can be savings. The White House and Congress have committed to working together to decrease the regulatory hassle that keeps a business from starting a new venture, to create more jobs, to hire more people, to give them better salaries. Let's cut that red tape and allow those businesses and those workers to achieve their potential. And doing so increases revenue. When people are making more money, they pay more taxes. Clearly, the president's working hard now to make the government work more efficiently, again, which saves us money. I have been assured that there is a commitment in other ways to pay for the eventual reconciliation bill. Now, I am not saying that I think that it is better that we use current policy as baseline. It's never been done before in a setting like this. I think it establishes a dangerous precedent. It might be within the rules to do so, but it doesn't mean it's wise to do so. And as a conservative, I know sometimes that even if you can open Pandora's box, it's better not to. Put differently, just because you can doesn't mean you should. But it appears we're going to do that. Also, using current policy as baseline should not suggest to us that the current tax code is perfect. I would say far from it. According to publicly available information, Jeff Bezos, the second richest man in the world, got a child tax credit several years ago. Now, tax credits for children are supposed to go to middle income and lower income families, not to the second richest man in the world. I hope as we go through this, we can modify that. Let the dollars go where they're needed, not to someone who is obviously wealthier than any of us put together. All that said, this vote's not taking place in a vacuum. It's taking place when the stock market has had 2 successive days of greater than 1,500 points decline. This kind of crashing stock market creates uncertainty, which makes companies less likely to invest, which makes it less likely that new jobs will be created. And creating new, good-paying jobs is essential to that individual, that family enjoying the American dream. Upon consideration, and given the commitment from leadership, I would say that not passing this budget resolution could increase the uncertainty in the economy, and that is something I do not wish to do. And given the commitment from leadership to pay for this bill by a variety of mechanisms, whether it is from within the reconciliation vehicle or outside of that process, and once more, the need to reestablish confidence among those creating jobs, I will vote for this budget resolution. And as we move on from this budget resolution to the reconciliation bill, I will look to make sure that we are truly paying for it and addressing the national debt. And to that end, let me kind of mention something as an aside. No, not as an aside, as directly impacting this conversation. I encourage the use of America's abundance as a way to increase the possibility of Americans achieving the American dream, and as a way to also help pay for the government we now have. One example, I applaud President Trump for advocating greater exploration of oil and gas on federal lands. This creates great paying jobs. It is a tax base for communities, and it generates significant revenue for the federal government. Not by raising taxes, and it doesn't cut benefits, but by exploiting, if you will, in a positive way, the resources we have to produce that which is essential to living a modern life. I have also proposed in other settings, other solutions that can address our nation's indebtedness without raising taxes or cutting benefits. Again, I've spoken to these in the past. I will speak to them in the future. I want America to be great for all Americans, that we can all live to the limits of our God-given gifts. Creating opportunity is part of this. My hope, my expectation is that through this process we are currently in, we will create more opportunity for every American to express his or her God-given gifts and to achieve the American dream. With that, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Madam President, are we in a quorum?
We are not.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Social Security is under attack. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Doge are revving up their chainsaw and coming after America's earned Social Security benefits. They are cutting staff, slashing services, closing offices, and lying about the program. 10 days from now, the Doge chainsaw is threatening to cut phone services at the Social Security Administration. Cutting the phone services at the Social Security Administration, jeopardizing benefits that seniors earned through a lifetime of work. In 2023, do you know how many people died waiting for their Social Security benefits? 30,000 Americans. What do we think now about doing away with 1-800 phone service? And what will that do to wait times that are already too long? Yesterday, I just decided to get on and to dial 1-800 and just see how long it would take for a United States Senator to be able to connect with the Social Security Administration. It was a half hour, it was an hour, and then they just said, there's at least a 2-hour wait. Well, for grandma and grandpa, we just don't want them waiting a couple of hours or more in order to get the information they need about, for most of them or a lot of them, the only check in their life, the only thing that keeps them with the capacity to be able to pay for the groceries, the rent, or even for the phone service. But at the Social Security Administration, over the last 8 weeks, it's now 1-800, dial the number, and then just wait. So the administration is then forcing people to, instead of being able to use the phone, they're saying, get online, grandma. And then grandma is saying, oh, you know what? I forgot to take that computer course 30 years ago, and I'm 88 now. But they're saying, you got to learn how to go online, grandma. Well, it's no Social Security benefits because we're cutting off the phone service. Or drive. Just get out there in the car. And some of the Social Security offices are a couple hundred miles away from people. But that's the plan. We're 10 days away from that being put into place. And that's even if the field office is still open for Social Security, because they're planning on cutting the field offices as well, just for people to be able to access their earned benefits. And why is this happening? Well, because of the lie that Social Security is rife with fraud. That is a lie just like claims of fraud made by President Trump when he said someone was listed in the Social Security system at age 360. So let me say that again. He claimed someone was 360 years old, older not just than the entire Social Security program, but older than the United States of America, because that person would have had to have been born in 1659. But yet Trump and Musk are lying in order to undermine, in order to discredit the entire Social Security infrastructure in our country. Now, a federal judge called Doge's fraud-finding mission at the Social Security Administration, quote, and they called it a fishing expedition based on little more than suspicion with no evidence at all that had been presented by the Trump administration that there was massive fraud inside the Social Security Administration. And we heard him at the State of the Union address as he's up there talking about people 200 years old, 300 years old, and it turns out that none of it was true. Trump was using the State of the Union address just to lie to the American people about Social Security. Now, why would he do that? Why would he lie to seniors in our country? Why would he lie to people with disabilities? Because, very simply, the Republican Party from 1935 on opposed the Social Security system from being put into place in the first place. they harbor an ancient animosity towards Social Security. They actually didn't support putting Medicare on the books. They harbor an ancient animosity towards all of these programs. And now they feel that their time has come to undermine, to discredit. And instead of giving Americans a level playing field, the administration is hurling curveballs at grandma, curveballs at grandpa, and we're already seeing the effects on Social Security benefits. Recently, a young woman contacted my office because her disability case, which had already been delayed by previous Social Security cuts, is now halted. Halted. Woman with disabilities. This woman was homeless, had a young child to care for while she struggled to afford a place to live without benefits. And my office is contacted on a daily basis by people just like that, by senior citizens who are terrified that they will lose the earned benefits they rely on to eat and to keep a roof over their heads. So instead of helping millions of Americans navigate life's transitions, this administration is implementing a roadmap to ruin for the Social Security Administration. And what's that roadmap? Very simple. First, lie about fraud in the program with no evidence to undermine the public confidence in the Social Security system. Second, use those lies as an excuse to hollow out Social Security and to cut benefits. And third, raise the retirement age and privatize Social Security, handing your benefits over to Wall Street, making the billionaires richer and our seniors poorer. Can you imagine if the Republican playbook had been put in place during the George W. Bush administration, which was to put all of this money out into the market? There would be seniors all across our nation having a Pepto-Bismol moment in the marketplace, wondering what was happening to their life savings. So that was the program that they tried to put in place during the George W. Bush's administration. It still is the plan, but we should not, in fact, fall for that because we can't trust the markets to guarantee the returns which seniors are going to need in order to have a predictable and safe retirement. Social Security isn't a budget line, it's a lifeline. And for too many of the people who are advocating for privatization, GOP really stands for get old people. That's the plan. If you kick them in the heart, you're going to break your toe. It's a lifeline. In Massachusetts, 1 in 5 people in Massachusetts rely upon Social Security benefits to put food on their table, to buy groceries, and to pay their bills. Here's an astounding number. 22 million Americans are dependent upon Social Security to the extent to which they would be thrown into poverty if they just missed 1 month's check. And that includes about 16 million seniors, 268,000 of whom live in my home state of Massachusetts. If you need a reminder why our seniors should never rely on Wall Street for a secure retirement, take a look at the stock market this week. Trump called Wednesday Liberation Day, but it should really be called Obliteration Day. We've seen the stock market absolutely obliterated over the past 2 days, thanks to Donald Trump. Today, the Dow dropped 2,200 points. It was the worst day for the market since 2020, and now the market has lost more than 10% of its total value over the past 2 days. Grandma and grandpa should not be trusting the casino of Wall Street for their retirement benefits. That's why we set up the Social Security system in 1935. Donald Trump has instituted a reckless trade war, and seniors are seeing their 401ks and retirements evaporate on top of his efforts to slash their health care and Social Security benefits. The only thing the Trump administration and Senate Republicans are offering our seniors is social insecurity. Mr. President, Madam President, Social Security isn't rife with fraud. It's not a Ponzi scheme, as Elon Musk called it. It isn't something that can just be turned off. Social Security is a promise we made to current and future generations who would be absolutely broke if we did not fulfill our promises to them. Republicans and DOJ are taking a sledgehammer to the benefits that are a lifeline, a true lifeline for people with disabilities, and that seniors have worked hard their whole lives in order to earn. Social Security is not an entitlement, it is an earned benefit. And Republicans haven't been able to destroy Social Security yet. There's a reason why it's called the third rail of American politics, and we're not going to allow Musk and Trump or their billionaire buddies to succeed in destroying Social Security with their lies and their cuts and their cruelty. We will not neglect the promise we made, and we will preserve security and dignified retirement for everyone. The loudest voices in this fight are those of countless Americans who simply want the government to honor its promise to retirees, to seniors, and to people with disabilities. This is not an administration that works for the American people. Trump's not going to take from the American people all at once. He's going to do it inch by inch at a time. And Trump and his billionaire enablers will inch by inch steal from the workers to give tax breaks to the rich, steal from seniors to give tax breaks to the rich, steal from children to give tax breaks to the rich, steal from those who are sick to give tax breaks for the rich, to loot all the programs that have been put on the books in order to ensure that our society is so much better than it was in 1935. And I'll tell you this, in 1900, the average age of death, life expectancy, was 48 years of age. We had gone from the Garden of Eden to 1900, life expectancy was 48 years of age. In 1900, 20% of all children died before the age of 5. And then the progressive movement put programs on the books, Social Security, vaccines, Medicare, Medicaid, Head Start, in order to make sure that everyone was able to enjoy the full benefits of our society. That is what this ancient animosity of people like Donald Trump want to rid the society of. So I just want to say Democrats will always be here, always fighting against these callous cuts and heartless efforts by Trump and Musk and the Senate Republicans. And we're going to do it on vote after vote all night and into the morning in order to make sure that the American people understand who is on their side. So with that, Madam President, I yield back.
Madam President,
Senator from California.
this week Donald Trump spent his time doing three things: golfing in Mar-a-Lago, announcing his latest set of tariffs that will cost families $3,800 more a year, and that are so chaotic and far-reaching that they included retaliatory tariffs on a remote island inhabited only by penguins. I kid you not. And third, advocating for cuts that would destroy the services and benefits millions rely on for their health care and retirement savings. Today, with the stock market in the tank and the nation's economy in free fall, we're expected to vote on this failed businessman's latest brilliant financial plan for the nation. So let's talk about his budget. At its very core, this bill will give massive tax cuts to billionaires and make middle-class families pay for it. Tax cuts that billionaires simply don't need. And only the billionaires and Republicans in DC apparently support this. But wait, the bill that will pass in the dead of night accomplishes other partisan fantasies as well. It takes away health care and goes after the heart of Social Security. It is the same old playbook. Billionaires win and families lose. Unless we forget, it's the exact same playbook that they ran in 2017. So how exactly is this a win for billionaires? 2/3 of all of the benefits in this bill go to the super wealthy and corporations. 2/3. Over the next 30 years, this bill would spend $25 trillion, that's trillion with a T, on tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations. It would add $37 trillion to the debt. $37 trillion. That will double the nation's debt. Double it. It will also, by the way, hand tens of millions of dollars to Elon Musk just in the next few years. So he makes out like a bandit. But if you're a family earning, I don't know, $30,000 a year, struggling to get by, or maybe $50,000 or $75,000 a year, you'll be lucky to see any tax relief from this plan. But if you're in the top 0.1%, you'll get an extra $300,000 a year at the very least. For every dollar that would go to people waiting tables or teaching at a preschool, someone in the top 0.1% would get over $52,000. That's $52,000 for every dollar that someone waiting tables or teaching at a preschool will get. To pass this bill will mean that the top 5% of earners will get nearly half of all the tax benefits. That is just not right, not fair, not wise, not sound, not sustainable. Life is already too hard for working families without taking more from them to make the rich even richer. So how is this bill a loser for families? It's a loser because it would raise costs by more than $1,000 on low-income Americans across the board, from healthcare to groceries to housing. Families who are already hurting and are going to be hurting more big time because of Donald Trump's massive tariff tax. Tariffs that are raising the costs of everything they buy, from coffee to the eggs they have for breakfast, to the clothes they dress their kids in before school, to the gas they use to drive to work, to the materials their small businesses import, to the meals that they have when they arrive at home, or the sandwich they grab in between jobs. These families are getting punched right in the gut. And Donald Trump knows it, and knows that this budget would amplify their pain. Because beyond exploding costs for working Americans, it will also decimate Medicaid, threatening health care for nearly 80 million Americans. That's 2 in 3 nursing home residents, 2 in 5 children, and 1 in 3 Americans in rural communities. But even if someone isn't on Medicaid, they'll still feel the cost, they'll still feel the pain. Medicaid is the largest insurer in the nation, so when it goes down, so will the care that so many families rely on. Now, whether you're on Medicaid or you are not, it is your local hospital that may close. Clinics will close, doctors will have to move or shutter their practices. Care that used to be maybe one town away will now be an entire county away, and a very long drive, especially for Americans in rural areas who already cannot afford the cost of living. This bill would be the equivalent of an atomic bomb on the care and the caregivers they rely upon. Caregivers like Sabrina Bishop, a California home care provider. She serves 3 clients around San Diego. 2 are disabled veterans. 1 receives care through California's in-home support services, all of which is funded through California's Medicaid provider, Medi-Cal. Bathing them, medication management, cleaning, laundry, food preparation. She does it all. She lives with her client, Mike. He is at the end stage of dementia and unable to communicate. He can't dial 911. If he sees any medication bottles, he'll just take them. If he sees a car door open, he might just get in, no matter whose car it is. Here's what she told me. My work means that he has someone to help him, that he can safely live and with dignity in his twilight years. Many of the folks who rely on funding from Medicaid don't have a family who can help with around-the-clock care. And without the services that she provides, which are funded by Medicaid, those people won't get their medications on time or be bathed or fed. We are talking about a person's most basic needs. If funding were to get cut more, Sabrina says she thinks many caregivers will just decide they can't afford to do the work they love anymore. There's already a major shortage of care providers. Thousands of people who need care are stuck on waiting lists. And Republicans in this bill want to make things so much worse, so much worse. Seniors and disabled individuals will be trapped in their homes without anyone to look after them or be institutionalized at greater cost, if indeed they can even find a skilled nursing facility that is still open. When asked what she wants members of Congress to understand about her situation, Sabrina said, "Don't be so quick to cut funding for Medicaid. You yourself may end up needing a caregiver. You may be diagnosed with a terminal disease at your next doctor's appointment. You may have a car accident and can no longer take care of yourself." But without Sabrina and the countless others who do the life-saving work that she does, there may be no one to call. That's what we're talking about here. And yet that's what this administration and this Congress seems intent on doing, to deny this care, to give Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and all of their billionaire friends even more money. And that is a disgrace. What about Social Security? On that one, DOGE is starting the dirty work already. We're already seeing the cuts and the clawbacks. Elon and his bros heading into Social Security Administration and firing the staff that make sure you get your check on time. They have plans to close 26 Social Security offices this year alone. They're cutting phone services and pointing seniors to online options that are often unreliable and inaccessible, and if we're being honest, something that not all seniors are able to do. But this is their plan. They're taking a program focused on helping seniors and then turning around and removing all the tools seniors use to get the help that they need. And they're not hiding it. They're celebrating it. Donald Trump's co-president, Elon Musk, went on Joe Rogan to say that Social Security was, quote, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. The billionaire Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, said that his mother-in-law wouldn't even notice or care if her check didn't arrive, that only fraudsters would complain if their check didn't arrive on time or at all. And Donald Trump himself, who stood in front of Congress and delivered an address so riddled with false claims about Social Security that it was impossible to disguise his true intention. And that is to sow mistrust, broad mistrust, so they can come for it all, so they can slash it and leave seniors in the lurch, so they can privatize it. That is their plan for much of the federal government. First, they cut the staff, then they cut the services, and finally they say, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Privatize it. Let the billionaires run it. Put it in the market. What could possibly go wrong? Have you seen the market lately? Leaving your hard-earned benefits to the whims of the stock market that Donald Trump has so recently destroyed, plunging millions of seniors into poverty. That is their plan, all for a few more bucks in their pockets. It is up to each of us to stop them, to protect Social Security and Medicaid. But I want to talk for a moment, not to my colleagues here in this fancy building, but to you at home. Whether you're in California or anywhere else in the country, I want to talk to you. Right now, I'm standing on the floor of the United States Senate. In just a few hours, we will be voting on a budget resolution that sets the framework for government funding. Now, that may sound wonky or unimportant, complex and complicated, but I want to cut through the noise and speak to you about exactly what this will do. In the simplest terms, it will make your life more expensive, make your health care more inaccessible, and sow the seeds to slowly destroy or privatize Social Security. It will do these things because Donald Trump and Elon Musk do not care about you. They don't care about you. They care about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They care about their billionaire buddies. They care about their bank accounts. They don't care about you or the fact that whether you can afford a home or you can't afford a home, whether you have the money to take vacation days that you have saved up, whether you can afford to take your kid to the hospital, whether you have to drive 2 or 3 hours to the nearest hospital. They don't care. They don't care if you're paying $6 for eggs, $5 for a gallon of gas, or depending where you live, maybe a lot more. They may say they care about those things, but their bill that we're about to vote on says otherwise. This bill in my hand is evidence they don't care about you. They could care less about you. Now, it's easy to feel hopeless and powerless right now. That's their goal. That's how they want you to feel. They want you to look at the remnants of your retirement savings and the closing of hospitals and the destruction of small businesses and the decimation of schools, and they want you to feel discouraged, to look at the wreckage and say, well, I guess they're right. Maybe none of it does work. Because I want to break it all in pieces. When they tear things down that you rely on instead of building them up, they want to turn to you and say, see, none of this is working. Medicaid isn't working and Social Security isn't working because they broke it, because they're breaking it. And then comes the final step. That's when they sell it all for parts, where they sell off the Social Security you paid into for your whole life, when they destroy the health care that you and your family rely on. So you're forced to pay for private insurance that costs more and helps you less. That is their plan. And you're watching it unfold in real time. That's the thing with Donald Trump. He's broken every promise he's made. Lower prices? No. Stock market growth? Hard opposite. Your 401k, if you're lucky enough to have one, destroyed. A new golden era? Don't make me laugh. Protecting your hard-earned benefits? They're on the chopping block right now. Donald Trump has broken every single promise he's made except one. The promise he made from a gold-plated Mar-a-Lago podium when he told a room full of the richest people in America, and I quote, "You're all people that have a lot of money. You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts." Well, it turns out those tax cuts are arriving right on schedule, and we will be footing the bill. But you can do something about it. You are not powerless. Make your voices heard. Madam President, I yield back.
Senator from Delaware.
I get a lot of questions from my constituents. Delawareans raise a lot of issues, whether they're stopping me at the Wawa, talking to me on the train, knocking on my door. They ask me about three things, more than anything in the last few months. They're concerned about Elon Musk having huge access to their personally identifying information. They're concerned about the richest man on earth who they didn't elect getting into their data. They're concerned about Trump's tariff tax and how the tariffs he's just imposed are yanking up prices for everything in our country. And they're also deeply concerned about Social Security. I'm going to focus for a few minutes about the alarm I'm hearing from Delawareans that the Trump administration, Elon Musk, and Republicans in Congress are going after our Social Security net, the social safety net, the Social Security benefits that so many rely on for stability and security in their lives, as part of the bill that's moving on this floor tonight to help pay for tax cuts for billionaires that are buddies of Elon Musk. Ask American seniors what they think of Social Security And they'll tell you it's an earned benefit. It's a vital lifeline. It's the thing that keeps them out of poverty, pays for their medication, helps them afford rent, helps them live decently and safely. 70 million Americans get Social Security benefits every month. 4 out of 10 rely on it for a majority of their income. A few quick examples. Arlene reached out to my office. Arlene's a Delawarean whose husband died in January, and she relies on Social Security to keep paying her bills. Senator, what's going to happen? Ian, a disabled adult who's able to work a few hours a week but requires assistance with simple tasks from his mother due to his intellectual disabilities. Without Social Security and the disability benefits he gets, his whole livelihood is at risk. Kathleen reached out to tell me what she thinks of Social Security. She said, and I quote, "I'm a 64-year-old disabled woman. I'm concerned about my Social Security disability. I'm totally dependent on that check, and I'm terrified of what's happening with Doge." Cheryl Ann wrote my office saying, "I'm 68 and still work to keep from falling behind in my bills. Since COVID, prices have gone up, and with all these new tariffs or taxes, seniors can't make ends meet. I want to retire, but I'm afraid that with Trump messing with Social Security and Medicaid, how can I?" A simple question then. What happens to Arlene, Ian, Kathleen, Cheryl Ann if Republicans are successful in further undermining the stability and the reliability of Social Security? What happens to millions like them for whom this program is what keeps them able to afford their medications, keeps food on the table, keeps a roof over their heads? I've told you what Delawareans think of Social Security, but if you ask Elon Musk, he'll be clear. He's called it a Ponzi scheme. Maybe you don't know Mr. Ponzi. A Ponzi scheme is a fraud. It's something that's fake. It's a Jenga puzzle that comes tumbling down when you pull one of the key pieces. A Ponzi scheme is a fraud. Already, the Doge boys are slashing the workforce at Social Security. They're making it harder for seniors to get the benefits they've earned. They're cutting the budget, firing employees, closing offices, and these needless cuts will just make it harder for seniors to get answers to their questions and to get their checks, forcing those seniors who live in rural areas or who are disabled, like the few I just cited, to struggle to access what they've earned. Doing all of this in the name of cutting waste and fraud is compelling because where there is waste and fraud, we should go after it. But there are tiny amounts of fraud in this program. Don't take my word for it. Listen to Lee Dudek, the Trump administration's chosen acting Social Security commissioner. Lee Dudek, the Trump administration's acting Social Security administrator, at a press conference just last month, estimated that of all the Social Security payments every year, 0.00625%, less than 0.1% are fraudulent. That's actually, I'm sorry, less than 0.01%. To give you some context, if you think about the entire world, the landmass of the world that is covered by Delaware is 0.003%. And Delaware is pretty small. The world's pretty big. That gives you a sense just how small the fraud is in this program that is treasured by Americans. Doge's favorite talking point about dead people collecting Social Security has been debunked more times than I can count. They claim there's people 200, 300 years old still getting benefits. Trump even said, President Trump said the same thing right here in the Capitol in his address to Congress as he read out the names of folks 200, 250, 300 years old. There's only one problem. It's not true that they're getting benefits. The badly outdated Social Security computer system has a problem with birth dates, and it automatically adds a reference point in certain date errors that's 150 years ago. So yes, there are names on a register of people who were born allegedly a long time ago. But for the last decade, the Social Security Administration automatically stops payments to anyone over 115 years old, automatically. The checks aren't going out to people whose birth date is recorded as 200 or 250 years old. An independent inspector general looked at this question and said, almost none of the number holders discussed in the report receive payments. So if the fraud doesn't exist, why do they keep talking about it? Well, they have to find ways to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. House Republicans have made plain they want to cut $2 trillion in spending to pay for their massive reconciliation bill that we will soon turn to. And you can't do that without touching Medicaid or Social Security. Let me conclude. Social Security is not a giveaway. It's not riddled with waste, fraud, and abuse. And Democrats are united in protecting Medicaid and Social Security. We need to strengthen Social Security, not cut it. And I stand with my colleagues and every Democrat in this body in saying, hands off of Social Security, President Trump and Elon Musk. Thank you, Madam President. With that, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, leave Social Security alone. Leave Social Security alone. Donald Trump wants to gut the most successful anti-poverty program in American history. Over the past 3 months, his administration has made sweeping cuts to Social Security in ways that are already being felt across the country. Wait times have doubled to as many as 4 or 5 hours. Local field offices are closing, websites are crashing, and people are understandably panicked about getting checks or missing payments altogether. But according to Commerce Secretary Lutnick, there is nothing to worry about. Quote, let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up and she'd get it next month. She wouldn't complain. Well, when your son-in-law is a billionaire, a missed check is not a very big deal. But when you're a senior on the island of Oahu, where the average rent far exceeds the average benefit, I want you to understand that. The average benefit is about $1,900. The average rent is more than $2,000. 300,000 people in the state of Hawaii depend on Social Security, and the vast majority of them, Social Security is either all of their income or most of their income. The idea that we are going to balance the budget on the backs of seniors who have paid into an earned benefit is immoral. It is wrong. And I speak on behalf of all of my constituents who depend on it. It's not just the 300,000, it's all of the family members. It's all of the family members. I speak on behalf of my mother and father-in-law, George and Ping Kwok. George Kwok worked all his life in a kitchen. Sometimes he was an employee. He eventually ended up owning a place called Kwok's Chop Suey. He sold it and bought a home for his mom and helped to send his daughter to college. Then he started to get blind and he burned his hand in a fryer. And so he was unable to work and he took Social Security disability. He deserves that money. Leave Social Security alone. Social Security cuts were always the third rail in American politics. Even anyone on any side of the aisle with any sense of how to get elected knew not to touch that third rail, but they are grabbing this third rail with both hands. I want to quote a couple of my constituents. One constituent wrote to me, "We are elderly and we are concerned about the potential of cutting Social Security checks. We paid into the system our entire working lives and fear we can't afford food, water bills, and medical care. What will happen with these cuts and the cost of living going up? What will be our safety net? We are afraid of what's to come." Another wrote, "I worked for 36 years for the federal government, including 4 years as active duty Air Force in Vietnam. I contributed to Social Security with the explicit understanding that I would get Social Security as a portion of my retirement. Cutting Social Security means I lose about a third of my retirement with no recourse. I am 77 years old with health issues and haven't planned on getting another job. My wife was a flight attendant for Hawaiian Airlines for 50 years, and also depends on Social Security for her retirement. It is completely unfair when she paid into Social Security for more than 50 years just to be abandoned when she is 70 years old. Another constituent. I'm a 73-year-old woman who, unlike billionaire Commerce Secretary Lutnick's mother-in-law, cannot afford to miss or reduce my Social Security payment. It is my sole income, and I needed to pay rent and buy food. I worked hard all my life and contributed my fair share of taxes towards Social Security. I'm not asking for a free ride. I earned my Social Security. I am not asking for a free ride. I earned my Social Security. Leave Social Security alone. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Where is she? Oh, Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to call out the threat that this Republican budget and the Trump administration poses to Social Security. President Trump and Elon Musk's move fast and break things mentality is breaking Social Security. And it is obvious that they intend to dismantle Social Security, which will hurt the millions of Americans that rely on it, that count on it, including more than 1 million Minnesotans. Now, one thing that I have learned over the last 70-some plus days is to believe these guys when they tell us what they mean to do. So when Musk recently called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time, I'm sure that he meant it. And when he said entitlement spending is, and I quote, the big one to eliminate, I believe him. And then you have Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who recently said that if his 94-year-old mother-in-law happened to not receive her Social Security check in 1 month, she'd just wait for the next one. Well, I have news for Secretary Lutnick. When people don't get their Social Security checks, they aren't just waiting for the next check, they could be waiting for their next meal. Secretary Lutnick is clearly not in touch with the reality that 22 million Americans, including more than 16 million seniors, would be living in poverty were it not for Social Security. They don't have bank accounts millions sitting in a bank account somewhere. They have a food shelf visit or missed rent or rationing their prescription medication ahead of them. So this is not just an inconvenience or a hassle for them, it is their security, their dignity, their health, and their well-being. And you know, it's not just Musk and Lutnick that are out of touch. Acting Social Security Commissioner Leland Dudnick threatened to shut down the entire agency in a fit after a federal judge informed him that DOJ is not allowed to root around in people's personal data. And Frank Bisignano, a billionaire that is President Trump's pick to run the Social Security Administration, he has said that he is a DOJ person, and I believe him. And this is evidently just fine with Senate Republicans on the Finance Committee who all voted for him. And I have no doubt that the rest of the Republicans in the Senate will too, because they seem unwilling or unable to stand up to Donald Trump. I think they're just scared. Now, President Trump understands that Americans love Social Security, and so he says, don't worry, my administration won't touch it. Come on now, Americans understand. We can see what's happening. And as my mother used to say, I wasn't born yesterday. We can see that President Trump and Elon Musk are crippling Social Security by making it nearly impossible for people to get their benefits. They are closing field offices at the same time that they're limiting phone service. They're gutting the agency and firing the employees that make Social Security work. In Alexandria, Minnesota, for example, they've fired half the staff. In Rochester, Minnesota, they've fired 40% of the staff. Since Donald Trump took office, the number of calls for help with Social Security into my office has more than doubled compared to what it was in the same time frame last year. So my constituents are spending hours and hours on hold and waiting for office appointments. And every time they get a message from Social Security, it's a different story. And it's confusing, and it is more than irritating. It's downright scary to them. Now, you can call this rank incompetence or the don't know, don't care attitude of this administration, but what it looks like to me is sabotage. If Republicans are trying to save Social Security, this is a pretty funny way to go about it. And now tonight, they're going to try and pass a budget resolution that relies on so-called cost savings from firing Social Security employees to help pay for trillions of dollars of tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. There's talk about rooting out waste and fraud, and I mean, I'm all for that. But understand, this agency already spends less than 1% on administrative overhead, which is far lower than the administrative costs typically paid by private insurers. So when they say cutting costs, what that really means is that when a senior picks up the phone looking for assistance, there's not going to be anyone on the other end of the line. They talk about getting at fraud. Well, listen to this. The Office of the Inspector General conducted a report in 2024 which found that less than 1% of Social Security payments were improper. Less than 1%. You know, if the Social Security Administration was a private sector company, those numbers would put its competitors to shame. What's really happening here is that they are trying to make it harder for people to get what they are owed. And that is, in fact, a cut, and it is wrong. Now, I think that Americans can see what's happening. Donald Trump has surrounded himself with billionaires who don't know and really don't care about regular people who are just trying to afford their lives. They can't even imagine trying to live on $2,000 a month, which is the average benefit for a retiree in Minnesota. I mean, they probably spend more than that on lunch. This is not what we need in this country. We need this government to answer to the people, not the billionaires. We don't need more tax breaks for the wealthiest and most successful people who are doing just fine. Thank you very much. What we need to do is to make Social Security work better for people who have worked hard all their lives, paid in, and deserve a secure retirement. My office, Mr. President, has also received tens of thousands of messages from Minnesotans, and they want us to protect and to strengthen Social Security, not tear it down. And so that's what I'm going to do. Social Security is a universal benefit, and it is a promise that we have made to each other that after a lifetime of hard work, you won't have to worry about a safe, decent, affordable place to call home, a good meal to eat, and the time and the space to enjoy your life. And when this budget resolution gets a vote later tonight, I'll be thinking about Social Security and about the 73 million Americans who count on it, and I will be a hard no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
I ask unanimous consent that Chance Mitchell, a law clerk on the Budget Committee minority staff, be granted floor privileges during the consideration of House Resolution 14.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout these 25 hours of debate, there's been one theme that no member of this body should forget, that no American should forget, because it's the heart of this bill. And what is the heart of the bill? Families lose and billionaires win. This bill features $2 trillion in cuts to core programs in healthcare, housing, and education, the programs that help families stand on their feet and thrive and move into the middle class and succeed, and their children succeed in the next generation. But no, my Republican colleagues say, slash those programs, because they're not the folks who power our campaigns. We don't care about the families struggling to succeed. Well, no, what we care about are the billionaires. So we wrote this bill for billionaires. Just how much? Well, that $2 trillion funds tax breaks for the richest Americans. And then, because that's not enough, this bill borrows $37 trillion over 30 years to fund additional tax breaks. $37 trillion in debt. Cuts to programs for families to fund tax giveaways to the richest Americans. That's what this is about. If you care about health care across America, if you know that Medicaid provides, well, in my state, about 1/3 of our citizens have health insurance through Medicaid, our rural clinics, our rural hospitals do far better. And why do they do far better with Medicaid? Because patients can pay bills because they have health insurance. Medicaid, critical for programs for people to get out of their addiction. Medicaid, critical for seniors to be able to get nursing home care. Medicaid, essential for those with disabilities. It plays a huge role for our veterans. And they want to strike it down. And they want to strike down Social Security. Get rid of all the clerks that make Social Security work, that turn the gears and make sure the checks go out on time. Because why should we worry about Social Security? Billionaires don't need Social Security. Strike that down. How about lunch programs for schools? We know that kids learn far better when they have a full stomach. So programs like that matter, but not to the billionaires, not in this bill. $2 trillion in cuts for programs families depend on to fund massive tax giveaways to the richest Americans. And then on top of all that, a gimmick to say to the American people, while we're adding $37 trillion in debt, we'll tell you we're adding nothing. It's called current policy baseline. It's magic math. It's like this. You rent an apartment. Apartment costs you $2,000 a month, $24,000 over the year. You rent it for a year under contract. And then you get to the end of the year and you say, I think I'll sign a contract for a second year. And you say, oh, but that will cost nothing. That's the magic math. Well, we know, everyone knows it'll still cost $2,000 a month or more with inflation. More because the rent might go up. But the magic math from the Republican side says, no, it's zero. It's zero. Extending new tax benefits that would have expired costs $37 trillion. And Republicans say, just pretend it away. Now, what I would like to understand is why the party that has often run on fiscal responsibility has decided, first of all, to strike down the nonpartisan numbers that create an honest debate. That's been the rule, the direction, the bipartisan consensus since 1974. We will use honest numbers. We created a whole organization, the Congressional Budget Office, to make sure the numbers were fair so we could have an honest debate here and with the American people. But the magic math produced on this bill throws all that overboard. Fiscal responsibility overboard. Massive $37 trillion in new debt from this bill. You know what? Our entire national debt today is less than $37 trillion. This one bill produces even more debt that's been piled up over 249 years since the Declaration of Independence. If that isn't fiscally irresponsible, I don't know what is. You know, you may ask, don't those folks who are struggling, the 1 out of 10 who are really trying to get on their feet, is there something for them? Well, the estimate is that they get the equivalent of $6 a year. Well, I mean, if you have a fancy cup of coffee at Starbucks, not where I go for coffee, but many do, costs about $6. This bill doesn't give a cup of coffee a day to the bottom 10%. It doesn't give a cup of coffee a week to the bottom 10%. It gives 1 cup per year. That's what you get out of this bill if you're in the bottom 10% struggling to get on your feet. Don't drink it all at once. Just one little sip each day for 365 days. Because you, in the bottom 10%, are not a billionaire. Going to cut your programs that get you on your feet, the fundamentals for families to thrive in healthcare and housing and education and good paying jobs to enrich the richest Americans. This is perhaps the worst bill I have ever seen debated on the floor of the Senate. So colleagues across the aisle, turn back to your speeches and your election campaigns that said, I'm for fiscal responsibility. and come and join us and write a real bill in which families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share of taxes. That would be an advance for the United States of America. That would be good work on the floor of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Different view on this. To my good friend from Oregon, who has been a real gentleman to work with, and you got a great staff, and I appreciate our ability to work together, but we have a little different view of what we're doing here tonight. So I'm going to give you our side of the story. I got charts too. I never thought I'd have a chart, but I got one. We're trying to do sort of four things tonight. Start a process that we can make the tax cuts permanent, give money to the Department of Homeland Security to continue to secure our border, cut trillions of dollars of waste, which does exist, and support our military. Now, the bill tonight, the resolution, opens up that process that will be done by the House and the Senate authorizing committees. So this doesn't do anything other than start the game. And it's time this game started. Now, what's in this for you if you're not a billionaire, which I am not? If we do nothing, the 2017 President Trump tax cuts expire in December. None of them voted for it. They're going to expire, and what does that mean to you? 6 million jobs will be lost. The average taxpayer would see a 22% tax hike if the tax cuts expire. A family of four making $80,610, the median income in the United States, would see a $1,695 tax increase if they expire this December. This is worth about 9 weeks of groceries. 40 million families would see their household child tax credit cut in half. If any of y'all listening out there that not a billionaire, you might want to keep listening. If this expires, you're going to get hit hard, and we don't want that. 26 million small businesses would be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate if Section 199A of the small business deduction expires. Now, why I know about that one? I can't walk 5 feet in South Carolina without somebody begging me to make sure that expensing and deductions and accelerated depreciation doesn't go away because they run a business. Our friends over there run the government. That's all they know. They're very good at making it bigger, not very good at making it efficient. There's no amount of money is enough for these folks. So if you're looking for that crowd over there to cut your taxes, you're looking in the wrong direction. I got about 100 years to prove that point. The point I'm trying to make is these tax cuts expiring matter to real people raising a family and trying to run a business, particularly small business. This would be devastating. We're not going to let that happen. Now, if you're waiting for this crowd, our friends on the other side, to cut spending, you're going to die waiting. Now, we have a chance as Republicans, if we pass this resolution tonight, to cut spending and make the tax cuts permanent without one Democratic vote. It's called reconciliation. To my Republican friends who may be watching, 4 times in the last 100 years, the Republicans had the House, the Senate, and the White House. This doesn't happen a lot. But with that construct, through reconciliation, what we're starting here tonight, if we get 50 plus 1, we can make the tax cuts permanent and cut spending without one Democratic vote. This is what they use, Democratic friends, to pass Obamacare, all the spending around infrastructure spending, Inflation Reduction Act, which really didn't do much to reduce inflation. They've done this, and we're going to do it a different way. They did it to grow the government. We're going to do it in a way to get more money back to you. And we're going to look at the budget we have up here and see if we can find a way to save some money. Don't you think it's time that we looked at the budget up here like you look at your budget? And we're going to do that. And we're going to secure our border. We don't talk enough about this. In this package, there's $175 billion that will allow the Trump administration to finish the wall. Now, President Trump said during the State of the Union address, the Democrats said we needed new laws. We just really did need a new president. We got a new president, and the flow has really almost stopped. One of the most amazing things that we don't talk enough about. But we want to make sure it doesn't come back on again. So this bill gives the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, Tom Holman, $175 billion to finish the wall, to build, to find more detention bed space, 40,000 to 125,000, so we don't have to let people go. Laken Riley, who was killed by a legal immigrant, he was released because they had no bed space. We don't ever do that again. We're going to build enough detention beds so we don't have to release anybody. I think most people like that. We're going to hire more ICE agents to kick the gang members and the crooks out faster so we can get control of our country and our security. This bill allows $175 billion. That's enough for the entire 4 years, if Republicans stick together. So, as a Republican, you said you want to cut waste, you want to cut people's taxes, and you want to secure the border. Your ship has come in. What's near and dear to my heart, like most everybody here, including our Democratic friends, is supporting our military. Well, the budget agreement we reached a few years ago was terrible. The continuing resolution to fund the government through September is below that number. We're spending below inflation on our military. In case you haven't missed it, the world's literally on fire. So this bill gives the Pentagon $150 billion right now to help them upgrade their capability to deal with threats like Iran getting a nuclear weapon. This is good stuff. And the only thing standing between you and this good stuff is a vote tonight continuing a process in the House and the Senate to make it a reality. But if we don't get it right tonight, all this dies. All this opportunity dies if Republicans don't stick together, and you know what? We will. All right, so now all this stuff about me and the budget chairman. What did I do? Well, I made a decision. Last time I checked, if you win an election, you get to make decisions. You know, I'm the budget chairman. It's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot, I can tell you that. So in the 1974 Budget Control Act, when it comes to spending, you never have to offset it. Anything above $50 million in spending, you can use current policy, which is a budget scoring device that just assumes everything goes forever, no offsets. It's my belief that when it comes to tax reductions, I, as the budget chairman, can apply that same concept called current policy to the budget on this floor. And I will do that. I have done that. Now, what does that mean? If we're able to do for taxes what we've done for spending, that means the tax cuts never expire again, and you don't have this cliff putting everybody at risk. That means if we pass what we've put together in the Budget Committee, and Senator Marshall's a member of the committee, we passed a really good proposal to make sure that these tax cuts that we're going to reauthorize stay in place so people throughout the country can count on some certainty when it comes to tax credits for their children, deductions and expensing for their businesses, and having lower rates. I did it. I am proud to do it. And my Democratic friends who are hollering and screaming have done it too, but it always relates to spending. So Judd Gregg, who's a good friend of ours, one of the smartest guys I ever met, was on the Budget Committee. He and Kent Conrad were a great team. And there was a question, can the Farm Bill be added to the baseline? And here's what Judd Gregg said about a Democrat's ability to do that. The chairman of the Budget Committee declared the new baseline under a new budget. The budget chairman has a right to do that. The budget chairman changed the baseline to accommodate the farm bill. I'm declaring current policy to make sure the tax cuts stay in place. And when there was an inquiry of a parliamentarian about whose job it is to declare the baseline, this was what Judge Gregg asked: who is the proper scorer of points of order relative to revenues and expenses? And here's what was said. The senator is entitled to an answer under Congressional Budget Act of 1974, termination of points of order, section 312, the Budget Committee determination for purposes of this title and Title IV, the levels measuring budget authority outlays, direct spending, new entitlement authority, revenues for fiscal year shall be determined on the basis of the estimates made by the committee on the budget of the House of Representatives or the Senate as applicable. That's us. That's me. They asked that question in 2008, and that's what they said. Judge Gregg said it's the Budget Committee chairman's authority to determine the baseline, and that's what I did. Okay. And even Bernie agreed, so we don't need to overly dwell on that. This is what the law says. Revenues and spending shall be determined on the basis of estimates made by the committee on the budget of the House of Representatives or the Senate as applicable. That's us. We're elected officials. And wouldn't it be odd if you wrote a law that somebody would run and manage the law nobody voted for? It makes like 0 sense. All right. Now, next one, is that it? Okay. So bottom line, tax cuts are going to be permanent. It will help the economy. And when it comes to estimating what happens around here, CBO, great people, JCT, Joint Commission on Taxation, they make estimates. The one thing they've been consistent about is being wrong when it comes to tax revenue. They've got it wrong like every time. So if history is any guide to what's happened in the past, we're going to get more revenue by cutting taxes. Why do I know that? Because it always happens. What happens all the time too? When we get the new money, we spend it faster than we get it. That's going to stop. If you live in the real world, you get a pay raise. That's a great thing. But if you spend it all and then some, you go right back in debt. So we're going to do two things. We're going to start a process that will allow the tax cuts to be permanent, to give the economy certainty to grow, to create more revenue, to help the government do what it needs to do. And we're going to cut spending to make sure that we lower the amount we're spending because we're spending too much, with the hope of one day doing this, balancing the budget. I said it. I have not been struck dead yet. Our goal to the American people is to create more revenue and lower spending to balance the budget like you do. Now, we don't do this in this resolution, but we start the process because we're $30-something trillion in debt. The only thing between the tax cuts being permanent, having money to secure the border, help the military, and what's the other thing that we're going to do? Cutting spending is a vote tonight, sometime after midnight, before breakfast, I hope, we'll have a vote in the United States Senate that will trigger a process to do these four things. I am proud of the Budget Committee. We've worked hard. I am proud of Leader Thune, who's pushed this process forward. I appreciate the cooperation to the extent they can do it on the other side. We have a philosophical difference. I totally understand that, but we've chosen a different path. And a major step along that path will occur later tonight. And if we get this right, by Memorial Day, it's my fervent hope and prayer, and I just talked to President Trump, that we can pass one big, beautiful bill that makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent, and even more tax on tips for all those people working out there as waiters and waitresses. We have a chance here to look at the federal budget line by line to make sure things in there that make no sense are taken out to save you money. And boy, we're going to have some fun tonight talking about those things. And if you believe securing the border is a good thing and what we're doing is the right thing, by Memorial Day, we'll have fully funded what President Trump needs for all 4 years. That will be amazing. And if you're in the military, money is coming your way to help you do your job to make sure the rest of us are safe. And we're going to fix the problem with the continuing resolution by giving the military less than inflation at a time when the world's literally on fire. So if we can get it right tonight, by Memorial Day, I'm hoping and praying that the men and women in uniform will have $150 billion they desperately need to do their job and to stay safe. This is the most important thing I have done yet in the Senate, in my view. I've set in motion, along with my colleagues, and if there's ever a team sport, it's politics, the ability to do something we haven't done before, makes taxes and spending the same in terms of policy. Quit playing this game that the American people lose. You will not lose $1 revenue if we make these tax cuts permanent. You'll get more money. But if you keep spending more and more, that doesn't matter. But if you get more revenue and you cut spending, one day we will be on a glide path to balance this budget. It is my fervent desire to do that, and President Trump wants to do it. Let it be said that that starts tonight. I yield.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
For the past 2 days, Democrats have turned the Senate into a tribunal. And Donald Trump's, could we please have order? Thank you. Mr. President, for the past 2 days, Democrats have turned the Senate into a tribunal. And Donald Trump's agenda is on trial. I thank the close to 40 of my colleagues who came to the floor and made so many points about that. So now Donald Trump's agenda is on trial. It's time now for Republicans to answer. Tonight, Democrats will bring amendment after amendment to the floor, one right after the other, again and again and again. Our amendments will give Republicans the chance to join us in hitting the kill switch on Donald Trump's tariffs, on DOGE, on the attacks against Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Republicans are in the majority. The choice is theirs. They see what Americans see. Donald Trump's policies are a disaster. DOGE is a horror. Republicans could snuff it out instantly, tonight, if they wanted. Will Republicans join us tonight and stand up to Donald Trump before he craters the economy? Or will Republicans spend all night trying to defend the mess Donald Trump is making? And he made a lot more of it today. Will Republicans defend Donald Trump's tariff tax? The Trump tariff tax, which would cost families $5,000 a year. Will they defend Elon Musk as he takes a blowtorch to Social Security? Will they defend cutting Medicaid and imperil the health care of 70 million Americans, from newborn kids to seniors to rural communities and veterans? Will Republicans spend all night long, trying to explain to the American people why billionaires deserve a massive tax break but working people don't deserve basic health care. The choice is theirs. Donald Trump has betrayed the American people. Will Senate Republicans join him in this betrayal? I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, very soon the Senate's going to be voting on a budget resolution that essentially accomplishes 5 objectives, but at least 4. And one is to prevent a $4 trillion tax increase on the American people at the end of the year, number 1. Number 2, it rebuilds our military by investing in our military readiness in a way that will enable us to deal with and deter the threats that America deals with in a very dangerous world. It'll restore energy dominance for our country, making energy more affordable to the American people, something that we saw a huge run-up during the Biden inflation days. Part of that, was, in a big way, was the cost of energy. Obviously, securing the border. And there are resources in there to make sure that over the course of the next 4 years of this administration, that they have what they need to ensure that our border is secure and that the American people are safe. And finally, Mr. President, reducing spending. Now, I know that's a sort of a novel concept around here. We've heard a lot about, massive tax cuts for billionaires. That's been a recurring theme that we've heard from the Democrats. But the one thing you don't hear a lot about is the run-up in federal spending. So tax revenues, as a general rule, have stayed very static as a percentage of our entire economy, around 17.1% thereabouts. Government spending as a percentage of our economy, on the other hand, has gone up, and gone up dramatically. So just take a look at this chart. Basically, in the last 5 years, the run-up that we've seen in spending has been about 56% from 2019 to 2024. 56% increase in spending. Now, what's ironic about that, Mr. President, is government revenue has also been going up, right? Everybody said, well, you're going to cut taxes, we're going to run these big deficits. Well, what happened? In 2017, we cut taxes on the American people. We unleashed the American economy. We reduced rates, accelerated cost recovery, so people could recover their capital investments more quickly. What did they do? They invested. And it created more, not less revenue. $1.5 trillion more than was projected at the time by the Joint Committee on Taxation and the CBO. $1.5 trillion more revenue than what was projected. I think you can say they missed it by a long shot. Well, this time around, we've seen estimates, and Senator Graham, Senator Crapo were down here earlier today, suggesting that the Council of Economic Advisors prediction is that you will see revenue increase by about $4 trillion by making the 2017 tax law permanent. So what we have, Mr. President, the reason we're running these big deficits isn't because we tax too little, it's because we spend too much. That's the delta. Tax revenues have gone up and gone up consistently over time, particularly since 2017. What's gone up a lot faster, as I said, is government spending. And so we have this deficit, and the way we're going to have to deal with that is to get more growth in the economy, generate more revenue, because when the economy is growing and expanding, it's creating jobs, people are working, they're taking realizations, and they're paying more taxes. And that's what happens when you reduce taxes. And that's why it's so important that we extend and make permanent the 2017 tax law. This is what we're talking about here today. This is what this conversation, frankly, is all about. Now, Mr. President, one of the things that has been interesting in this debate, because I heard lots of conversation from my colleagues on the other side about massive new tax cuts for billionaires. But let me tell you what, if you vote against this budget resolution, you will be voting for. You will be voting for a $4 trillion tax increase on our economy and on the American people. Of that $4 trillion tax increase, $2.6 trillion will fall. Because I heard lots of conversation from my colleagues on the other side about massive new tax cuts for billionaires. But let me tell you what, if you vote against this budget resolution, you will be voting for. You will be voting for a $4 trillion tax increase on our economy and on the American people. Of that $4 trillion tax increase, $2.6 trillion will fall on people who make less than $400,000 a year. Something that Joe Biden and I think pretty much every Senate Democrat pledged not to do. Well, how does that happen, you ask? Well, here's what happens. In 2017, when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, one of the things, the features of that bill, was a doubling of the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. It also had a near doubling of the standard deduction, and it had a lowering of rates. It had multiple ways in which working families in this country would benefit. If we don't extend the tax relief before the end of the year, $2.6 trillion of that tax increase falls on people making less than $400,000 a year. Now, I've heard the Democrats' own presidential candidate said last year, and I quote, "We cannot, and I will not, raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year." That was Vice President Harris, who was running for president. President Biden made the same promise, as did the current Democrat leader. And when the Democrats were considering their so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which perhaps more aptly could have been titled Do Nothing About Inflation Act, the Democrat leader repeatedly emphasized the Democrats would not be raising taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. Well, that's it. That's what you're doing. Because this tax increase is going to hit American families. $2.6 trillion of it is going to hit families making less than $400,000 a year. So you cut the child tax credit. Let's say you have 4 kids in this country. Now, the tax credit, child tax credit, is a direct credit against tax liability, meaning it's a dollar-for-dollar reduction in tax liability if you have a tax liability that exceeds the amount of the credit. So let's say you have 4 kids. Today it's $2,000. Well, if we don't move to extend this tax relief by the end of the year, that $1,000 is going to be from 8,000 down to 4,000, 2,000 per child down to 1,000 per child, and that family's taxes are going to go up by about $4,000. Now, if they don't have that big of a tax liability, there's a refundability component, and we can have a conversation about the merits of that, but that means they're going to be getting a payment or not, and probably not, because cutting that child tax credit back to $1,000 is going to fall largely on people who have families in this country. Same thing with the standard deduction. It will be cut nearly in half. And the interesting thing about that, Mr. President, is when we made that change back in 2017, fewer people started itemizing, more people started taking the standard deduction because the standard deduction was about $30,000 a year. Well, what happens if we don't extend this tax relief? That $30,000 goes back down to about $15,000 a year. Again, hitting working families, coupled again with what I said is higher rates. The rates will go back up. So forget about the idea that you're not going to raise taxes on people making less than $400,000 a year, because you clearly are. That's just a fact. It's just simply a fact. So what about small businesses? Well, small businesses would pay, if we don't extend the current tax policy, $600 billion more if these tax cuts expire. Because pass-through businesses, and that's your LLCs, your subchapter S corporations, your sole proprietorships, pay at the individual rate. The rates would go back up, and we put a feature in that bill called 199A. It was a 20% deduction for pass-through businesses. That also goes away. So small businesses are going to pay $600,000 more per year, or I should say, or $600 billion more throughout the course of this tax policy if we don't do something to extend it. So you lose 199A, you lose the lower rates that come with it if you're a small business, and you'll see a lot less investment in our economy. Now, as I mentioned in 2017, two of the objectives on that, particularly on the business side, were to lower rates and to allow for faster cost recovery and to grow the economy. And it did. It worked. The economy over the past 7 years grew, if you can believe this, 5.4% more than what CBO had projected in 2017 prior to the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Well, what did that mean? It meant a 50-year low for unemployment, record low poverty, high median household income, a narrowing of the income disparity gap in this country. So, Mr. President, what about deficits? As I said before, by any objective metric, revenues dramatically exceeded what was predicted in 2017 about what the effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would be. Now, revenues, as I mentioned, you look at this chart again, on average about 17% as a percentage of our economy. Unfortunately, spending as a percentage of our economy, which as recently as a decade ago was about 20%, is now over 23% and growing to 24 to 25%. And part of that is all the new spending that was associated with things like, for example, the IRA. So the inflation, so-called Inflation Reduction Act, there were some provisions in there, some energy provisions, for example, that at the time were scored to cost about a little over $200 billion. Today, they're actually over $1 trillion, so CBO missed that one by about 400%. And as I said earlier, the Council of Economic Advisors projects a $4.1 trillion increase in revenue from extending the 2017 law. So could it be that the run-up in deficits happened because of the last two Democrat reconciliation bills? Or perhaps some other things that they have done along the way, like the $250 billion in SNAP increase, almost, as I said, without any approval from Congress, something that my colleagues on the other side have talked about, how this executive branch has, ignored the will of Congress. Well, that was a $250 billion increase without approval from Congress. Then you had the student loan forgiveness program. And as you recall, student loans, that program was used as a pay-for back in a reconciliation bill the Democrats did back in 2010. And when they did that, many of us predicted that they would go ahead and use it to forgive student loans. So student loan now forgiveness, which is subject to court action, resulted in several $100 billion of additional spending not approved by the Congress, but that particular move got no pushback from anybody on this side of the aisle, not a peep. Hundreds of billions of dollars of spending by use of executive power. And what I've concluded from all this is that my colleagues on the other side talk a lot about misuse or abuse, if you will, of executive power, but that's not the issue. It's how the executive power is used. And if it's used in a way that you agree with, which it was in both of those examples I just mentioned, then you're fine with use of executive power. Like I said, didn't hear a peep from people over here when that was done. Now, my colleagues, both Senator Graham and Senator Crapo, talked about the use of a current policy baseline. So in 2012, the Obama White House came up with something called the alternative fiscal scenario when it came time to extend the Bush tax cuts. And that was about a $4 trillion use of the alternative fiscal scenario. Translation, current policy baseline. There are 18 Democrats still here in the Senate today who voted for that, for use of that baseline. And Mr. President, I would simply say that when it comes to extending tax relief, there's always a reluctance by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. When it comes to new spending, they embrace that idea. We have a different view. We have different views of government. And the use of reconciliation, which is what this is about, the budget resolution opens the door to reconciliation, is in many respects a great example of the contrast in how we view this. The Democrats view reconciliation as a way to grow government, increase spending, new programs. The ARPA bill was about $2 trillion in spending. The IRA was about $1 trillion in spending. Both were used by the Democrats through a budget resolution and reconciliation to increase spending. Republicans, a lot of times, and we did in 2017, used it to reduce taxes and to reform the tax code, which was desperately needed. But as a consequence of that, as I said, we got not less revenue, but more, $1.5 trillion more than was predicted at the time. And on the other side of the equation, when it comes to spending, the estimators, the so-called referees, tend to underestimate how much things are going to cost. Example, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. But the bottom line in all this, Madam President, is that we need to address a lot of concerns in this country, many of which are dealt with in this budget reconciliation or this budget resolution and ultimately the budget reconciliation bill. But one of the most important ones is this number right here. The deficits that continue to grow over time as a result not of too little revenue, which continues to increase over time, but of dramatically increased spending. That's the issue. And my colleagues here on this side of the aisle believe that you get at that by bending the curve down on the spending side, and on the tax, regulatory, energy side, pro-growth policies, particularly making permanent the tax policy that was passed in 2017, that will unleash investment in America and which will lead ultimately not only to better paying jobs, lower unemployment, hopefully a narrowing of the income disparity that we have in this country, but also, interestingly enough, higher government revenues. That's what this is all about, whether you want to vote for extending the tax policy and avoiding a $4 trillion tax increase, or whether you want to vote in favor of this resolution and make sure that the 2017 tax policy that was passed is extended permanently and that it unleashes the American economy in a way that will continue not only to create those better paying jobs, but also make this deficit picture look a lot smaller by comparison, coupled with significant reductions in spending. That's what we got to do. That's what this is about. And I hope that our colleagues, all of our colleagues on this side of the aisle, will vote yes tonight. We're going to have a number of amendment votes, which always happens during a budget resolution, vote-a-rama, and we look forward to getting that process underway. So let's let the voting begin. Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, I would now ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be in order. That the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Number 1, Sullivan, number 2035. Number 2, Merkley, number 1758. Number 3, Reed, number 1645. Number 4, Lujan, number 1726. Number 5, Warner, number 1310. Number 6, also Brooks, number 1466. Number 7, Kelly by voice, number 1737. Number 8, Murphy by voice, number 1977.
Hold 1 second. Eliminate the by voice part. Just reword it and don't say the voice part.
Number 7, number 1737 Kelly. Number 8, number 1977 Murphy. Number 9, number 1773 King. Number 10, number 1647 Warren. Number 11, number 1884 Schumer. Number 12, number 1774 Padilla. Number 13, number 1646 Bennett. And number 14, number 1760 Paul.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. I yield time on the budget resolution.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I call it my amendment number 2035 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The Senator from Alaska, Mr. Sullivan, proposes an amendment number 2035 to amendment number 1717.
Madam President, my amendment says we're going to strengthen Medicaid and Medicare so that they're available for years to come because these are important programs. They are certainly important programs to the Alaskans I represent. Now, Madam President, this is the exact same amendment I offered in February. Nearly every Republican voted for it, but not one Democrat. My colleague and friend from Oregon, who's on the floor here, said my amendment back then was a ruse to kick people off the program. But to my colleague and friend from Oregon, if that's true, here's my question. Why did he vote for the exact same amendment in 2017? That's right, Madam President. 24 Democrats who voted against my amendment 2 months ago voted for the same amendment in 2017. I ask unanimous consent that their names be submitted for the record.
Without objection.
Talk about a ruse. This is the worst kind of partisanship, using people's health care to fearmonger. We should all want to weed out waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid and Medicare, and we must keep these programs going. We should do both. I ask my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and all my colleagues who voted for this amendment in 2017 should simply vote for it again.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, Senator Sullivan is out here saying that he is for protecting vulnerable people, but by not defining the vulnerable, the Sullivan Amendment is code for states to cut benefits or kick people off their coverage altogether. And to me, the Sullivan Amendment basically says is if somebody thinks you're not poor enough, you're not sick enough, or you're not disabled enough, we're not going to be there for you. And here's the difference between now and 2017. We learned during the pandemic how important expanded Medicaid is to vulnerable people. And this language that my colleague from Alaska is offering doesn't protect vulnerable people. So I urge my colleagues strongly to oppose it.
The question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. I did. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Marino, Murkowski, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Thune. I said his name. Mr. Marshall, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, and Wyden. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Oh. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. There we go. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam President,
The majority leader.
Madam President, I would ask that moving
The
forward,
committee will come to order.
the duration of this bunch of votes be 10 minutes in duration.
Without objection.
We can start voting quickly.
Senator from Oregon.
Call up my amendment 1758 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment numbered 1758 to amendment numbered 1717.
Colleagues, my good friend from South Carolina compared this bill to balancing the family budget. Well, back in my neighborhood, balancing the budget means you only spend what you earn. It doesn't mean borrowing, and it doesn't mean borrowing $37 trillion and sticking it to the next generation. If you agree that we should work towards balancing our budget, then vote for my amendment. It creates a point of order against any reconciliation bill that by itself would create more debt on America, on the next generation, than all the debt our nation has run up between July 4, 1776 and today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from South Carolina.
To my good friend from Oregon, you never put a point of order in your own resolution, and we're not going to do it either. If you're really serious about trying to control spending, you need to start controlling spending.
Order in the chamber, please.
Okay?
Senator, proceed.
So there are two things we're trying to do here. Set in motion controlling spending by looking at the budget with the eye to reducing spending. We're trying to make the tax cuts permanent because every time we cut taxes, revenue goes up, we just spend too much. So we got a novel idea. We're going to increase revenue by cutting your taxes. We're going to control spending. And that's why they don't like this, because they don't like doing either one of those.
Madam President,
Senator from
what
Oregon.
we don't like is $37 trillion in new debt foisted onto the next generation. This is throwing fiscal responsibility overboard to the bottom of the sea. We've never had a more fiscally irresponsible bill on the floor of the Senate than this one.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen,
Are you offering any amendments? Can I mark you off my list? I don't know. I hope not.
Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren,
I know you're dead.
Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Mullen, no.
The yeas are 46, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
My amendment number 1645 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, proposes an amendment numbered 1645 to amendment numbered 1717.
Mr. President, this amendment is co-sponsored by Senator King and 18 of my colleagues. Our amendment would simply prevent any cuts in health care coverage for Medicaid beneficiaries, something we should be able to agree on, I hope. We all have talked about the need to protect Medicaid. Now we have to stand up and do that. This vote is an opportunity to put our money and our votes where our words are. And the question is, will you protect the nearly 80 million Americans who rely on Medicaid? Or you vote for tax giveaways for the wealthiest at the expense of everyone else? I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Can we, Senator Suspend, can I ask for order on the floor, please? Senator from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to see a lot of this tonight, but this is what I call the politics of fear. The argument is going to be made that we're going to hurt all kinds of different people tonight in all kinds of different ways, but the reality is that's not going to happen. The president has been clear. Any reforms to Medicare or Medicaid must not reduce patient benefits. In fact, Section 3003 of this budget resolution reaffirms that commitment. The budget resolution gives the Senate maximum flexibility to meet this goal, and there is no need for this amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Boozman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis,
I'm going to join my friend from Pennsylvania.
thank you, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, no, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, what? Okay, hold on a second. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Moran, senators voting in the negative. I have you. Thank you. Mr. Schatz, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Young, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to. The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1726 and ask that it be reported by number.
If you're going to have order, please. The clerk will report.
The senator from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, proposes an amendment numbered 1726 to amendment numbered 1717.
For the order of the Senate, please take your conversations off the floor. And I now recognize the senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, the last time we voted on the budget resolution, I introduced an amendment to prevent $1 billion in cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. My Republican colleagues said that $1 billion in cuts wouldn't take benefits away from our constituents and that they were targeting, quote, inefficiencies. Well, this time around, Republicans are attempting to pass legislation that would cut $230 billion from SNAP. I'm willing to work with all of my Republican colleagues to make SNAP more efficient, but what you're doing is completely gutting the program, probably trying to eliminate it. 41.2 million Americans rely on